last time on Final Fantasy II, we were escaping the evil empire, and we ended up at the rebel base, and they're like, "You suck, you can't be rebels." And we're like, "Fuck you, we're going to go back in town." And, oh, hey, this is the bartender that happens to be hiding this prince. Oh, he's dead, but it's fine, we got his ring. So, proving that we went into town, they're like, well, maybe you don't suck. You should go and, go to this town and get us all this metal stuff. So we did that, we freed the slaves, and we got some metal. And then they're like, okay, cool, now you should just go blow up the Death Star. And we go to blow up the Death Star, but the Death Star moves, so that we couldn't blow up the Death Star. And then the Death Star blows up everything else, and they're like, fuck, everyone's dead. Hey, maybe we should destroy the Death Star. How do we do that? Well, you need this fire. How do we get the fire? We need a bell. Alright, you gotta go on a snowmobile to go get the bell. So that's where we're at. We're going to go find this bell. So we can go and get a fire. Is that a pretty succinct summary of the events so far? So what am I doing? Right, I'm anime. Okay. Is there even anything else? I think I'm good. You both have 2 knives. You have 2 knives. Yeah, I guess we'll just head up then. So, what's everyone been up to since yesterday? If you were here yesterday, which I think all of you were. I'm the end of my long weekend for a while until our summer season dies down, because I probably won't take any days off during the summer unless I really need to. I know my brother is coming up to visit from California at some point in, I think, August. No, I'm not gonna pay gold. I'm just gonna walk. I'm strong enough. I can just walk. So I might take a day off for that, but I'm off on the weekend anyway, so I don't know how much it'll matter, but we'll have to see. But, for July, they were like, hey, can you just take holiday pay and not take a day off? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So, because it's like, as much as I wouldn't mind having an extra day off, I'm also okay with having extra money too. Like, it's not like, and I don't care about, well, I'm already off for 4th of July anyway because it's on the weekend. Not that I care about 4th of July. It's, of all the holidays out there, 4th of July is the one I care the least about. Or probably. Like, Thanksgiving, I like Thanksgiving. I usually go to my mom's after work, basically. And then go to bed late. Because I work night shift. And for Christmas, usually I take out for Christmas, which this year we do like a thing on the weekend, so I don't think I actually have to, because it's usually I take off Friday, Saturday, so I can be ready for Saturday. But so Christmas and Thanksgiving, obviously, I like. I also don't care about New Year's. I don't. Who cares? New Year, well, specifically New Year's Eve. Like, I don't care about New Year's Eve. As a kid, I did. Like, and it's not that I guess if I had people around, I wouldn't do the whole, oh, let's go to the bar and get drunk thing anymore. Like, that's not a thing I would do. But I know as a kid, it was like a big. First off, because I was naturally somebody who stayed up late in general. But as a kid, you're like, you can't stay up late. How dare you stay up late as a kid? And I probably should do some magic here, honestly. So as a kid, it's kind of like an excuse for you to stay up for a night, which is kind of cool. So I definitely did that. Can I tell which of these is? I guess the level 2 ones are the ones that cost 2 MP, right? I assume. I can't really. I assume life just gives them more HP, but I don't really know how you practice life when it's, you know... Let's do this. So, back in the day, it would be like a big thing, and then I love snacks. I love like appetizers and stuff. So like it'd be like, oh, we'll buy a bunch of, you know, my mom would get like a bunch of snacks, and I would have like I would have my own little party in my room with my brothers, and stay up late, and you'd have all these like snacks. So like the idea of that is really, you know, I liked the idea of having a little like late night get together, but nowadays that's every night. Like any night off, I do that. I don't do the snacks as much. We could have snacks, but like, and I don't do it in person. But like, that's not really. It's not a special thing anymore. To just have a little late night get together, you know. Auld Lang Syne goes hard, yeah. Yeah, I think the idea of staying up is great, but the thing is nowadays it's like, you know, it's like, oh, you should go to the bar, you get drunk, and it's like, no, I don't want to go to the bar and get drunk. I also have to deal, like if I work at if I'm on the hotel for that night, I'm dealing with people being obnoxious at the hotel. It's like you know, it's not a great holiday for that kind of stuff. 4th of July is not actually that bad at the hotel. You would think, oh, 4th of July would be horrible. I don't think there's really, at least at our hotel, many people who get drunk. It's always the drunks, by the way. They're drunk people, and not like wedding goers are the worst because they're always. There's a few times where there's been a good wedding, they're just having fun. But if you're gonna have a problem, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be obnoxious wedding guests who drank too much. And the thing with 4th of July is you would think, oh, well, you're playing 4th of July, you're going to have a bunch of people drinking and stuff. No, most of the people we get are like just families that are visiting. A lot of people with kids that are coming up for 4th of July festivities. So you don't really get a lot of, like, it's busy, but it's not like, it's like, oh, we need pillows, oh, we need, you know, that. It's like, it's very manageable, honestly. So I don't mind work. If I was to work 4th of July, I wouldn't mind doing that. But it's the drunk people that I don't like dealing with, because the drunk people don't listen to reason. They don't. There's no logic for a drunk person. Right, I think I need to go. I don't know if I actually need to talk to Joseph, but I'm going to do that anyway. Hang on, why are you out here? I love Joseph, but I know that if I'm around, I would just get in his way. What does that mean? Who are you? Thanks for saving me. Alright. Looks like you managed to save my daughter, thank you. The cowardly Borgin had been threatening Nelly to get to me. Forgive me, if there's anything I can do to help, all you gotta do is ask. Game behind Sabbath Falls used to be an old mithril mine. Deepest part of the... I guess I didn't do this last time, but there's more stuff I can ask now. If you want to know about airships, there's a man named Sid you should talk to. He lives in Poft. So the Dark Knight took over. Construction's been moving ahead a lot faster than before. I hear it may be close to finish. So this is all old stuff. So the God Spell. The only way to reach the snow cavern is on my snowcraft. I keep the snowcraft hidden in the mine. There's a blue stone on the first floor that marks the spot. Look behind the stone, and to the right, the secret room's there, and the snowcraft is inside. Sorry I couldn't help you find the mithril. So I want to make up for that by pitching in now. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Oh. Okay. Hi. I feel like nobody talks about this guy. He joined your party. I don't know for how long, but if people talk about... I knew Minoru was like a character because he's in a lot of other stuff. No one cares about Joseph. What's it look like? He's just like this big bald man, and... What does he even... Let's see. He is a big bald man. Okay. Seems like he could be like, I wonder if he's like supposed to be like a martial artist kind of thing. Is there any Final Fantasy party member that you don't like though, Sturm? Like, is there any in any game that you're like, I do not like this guy? I'm sure there is. The answer is yes, but Vanel from 13, as a character or as a party member, or both. I think I just went this way. Game wants him to be a monk, but his official art has him with a scimitar. Yes. Is she the one that's like shy? And I feel like I've like seen her in like World of Final Fantasy. Is she the one that's like, maybe I'm wrong, and because I feel like they always have like snow and lightning. Maybe she's not who I'm thinking of. Who's the one that's like this shy, like quiet character that's probably a healer? Hope? That's probably Hope, then. I don't have an issue with her, that's the only, I think those are the only three I actually know. As, well, that and the Afro guy, but I don't know anything about the Afro guy, just that he has a chocobo in his afro. But I don't think he actually gets, like, any attention. Like, if there's gonna be any character that, what am I doing? If there's gonna be any character that gets any attention in outside media, it's either Lightning or Snow. Like, usually it's the main characters. The thing about Vanilla is I love Fang, but Fang loves Vanilla, so I have to deal with that. Yeah. Saza is my dad. Saza is also, unfortunately... Are you talking about the Afro guy? Is he the only... Like, okay, isn't there... There's a black character in Strangers of Paradise, though, isn't there? But I guess, like, that's not one of the mainline series. And Barret also, yeah. Yeah. Usually what, like, I mean, this is going off of mostly Feet Rhythm and a little bit of World of Final Fantasy, but usually, like, the characters that get represented typically are, like, the main ones. So for, like, one, it's just a general warrior and then Princess Sarah, typically. Obviously, they might throw in Chaos, but not anyone all that, like, crazy. I think 2 is Minoru, and I guess Frieren, or whatever his name is. I don't really think they do any of the others, usually. Fourteen is important. 14 has probably so many characters, though. 3 is like the one that has the least amount of like characters represented outside of its game. Because 3 is just like, okay, we already did they basically do what they did with 1, and they have like the Onion Knight. Because for some reason the Onion Knight's like that's the classic 3 character. But then they're like, who else? Sid. And then he just becomes the default Sid, even though I don't even know if he's the most interesting Sid. He's not even the first Sid. He's just the one that happens to represent 3. 3 doesn't even have the main villain represented. I thought you said that 3's main villain is not really a character, though. 3's problem is it has a whole, like, building your characters, but but it doesn't have any characterization between them. Which I guess you could argue with 1, but by the time of 3, you would think they would have had, like, because the 2 has characters. 3 takes a step back for some reason. It's right here, right? I'm confused. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. You just punched that wall? Joseph turns a small rock jutting out of the wall and a passage appears. The snowcraft is in here. Okay. 4 is mostly just... obviously Cecil, Kane, and... I think it's just Cecil, Kane, and... Is someone else that's not Kane. Is it the female lead? I guess it... I can't remember what her name is. Because there's 3 in Theatrhythm. I guess it is, yeah, Rosa. Golbez also gets a bit, yeah. Retrieve the why? Why? How big is the snowcraft, and how big is the chest? But you know, sure. I wanted to look at. Hang on. Okay, Cement Falls is now done. Putting my card back in the chest when I'm done with it. The city, I think, made the right choice of ephemizing the cloud darkness. Yeah. And then people just claim it's like a female. Yeah. 5 is... Who are they using 5 in? I guess it's just Bartz and... I don't remember who's in Theatrhythm. It's Bartz and... See, it would be interesting to play Theatrhythm now, having... Like, when I got the Switch one... Had I played 5 at that point? I think I must have, right? I hadn't played 6, or I was playing 5, I think, that year. I hadn't played 6 yet, I don't think. Well, it would be interesting to go back and, like, now knowing more of the characters and stuff. Hold on, just let me open the game. Ferris makes sense. Gilgamesh, yeah. Well, some of those are in the recent one. I was thinking of, like... I was thinking of the first Theatrhythm, because Theatrhythm picked 2 characters from each, and then also had some extras added in. Except for in the case of, like, 4 and 7 had, like, extra guys. And then there was obviously DLC. But the base game... I'm pretty sure the base game was probably Ferris. I think it was probably Ferris and Bartz then. 6 was Terra and... What? Who was it? It had to be Terra, but who the heck was... I don't even know who you would have picked for the other... As the... Like, I guess... Probably Locke? If it was Terra, maybe... I don't actually know who the first one was for that. Yeah, so they basically add all of them in the later ones. Yeah. Like, 2 basically has its whole, almost its whole cast represented, basically. Jeffka. 7 was, like, everyone, eventually, but I think it was initially Cloud, Sephiroth, and... Let's say it was, like... I don't think it was... Maybe it was Aerith. I think it might have been Tifa, but it might have been Aerith. Rydia makes sense, yeah. Edge, like, Edge is such a weird case because Edge is such a nothing character. Well, they're all kind of nothing characters. He just kind of shows up at the end, but he's like in your final party, despite not really being involved for most of the game. But because of that, he's kind of become iconic. He's also a ninja. Yeah, maybe it was Celeste. It could have been Terra and Celeste. I can't remember what the base two were for 6. Definitely was not. I don't think it was. I don't think it was Mog. Maybe it was. I would have liked. I would have definitely used Mog if that was the case. It's so emblematic of what people don't like about Final Fantasy IV, but I think it's so fun. Yeah, like I don't necessarily have an issue with the rotating party, the cast, but like it also, as somebody who I don't have an issue with it in that game, but as somebody who hates Radiant Dawn from Fire Emblem for basically doing that and having the entire game be just like a rotating cast list, I'm not like I do like building a party. I don't think the way that 4 does it is bad though, but there's definitely games where I'm not big on the rotating cast list. 7 is like almost everyone. Is there any party member in 7 that isn't represented? I guess Sid. Is it just Sid? Who am I forgetting? Squall. I think the original was Squall and I actually don't remember who. I'm having a hard time remembering the second people in the base 8 or base Theatrhythm. Because there's definitely Squall, but was it? I guess it had to have been Riona. I think it had to have been, because who else would it have been? Definitely was Zidane and Vivi for the, like, that's to me very funny and also makes sense. Like, you'd think it'd be Garnet, but it was definitely Zidane and Vivi for 9. Titus and I guess it had to have been it probably is Yuna. Because again, every game had just 2. To me, like, it's interesting looking at the original Theatrhythm, and like, what's one thing was like, oh, who they use? And they use half the cast. But like to be like, we picked 2 characters. Here's who we picked to represent it, and obviously they picked a main guy. But like to see who they picked as the second one is interesting, because like for like Final Fantasy IX, it's like they picked. You would think, oh, they pick, always pick the guy and the girl, but no, they picked Vivi, which honestly is very fitting for that game. I feel like people remember Vivi more than any other character in that game. I'm not really. Again, I can't remember who. I can't remember. I'd have to look up the lists. If you want to look up Sturm, just go like the wiki and see what the list was for Theatrhythm for each one, because I know, right? Kate Sith was not in that one for 7. I know. I think like 13 was just lightning and snow. I just remember it being very fascinating, some of their choices. Okay, so we want to go up here. It's very funny that you have a snow village and then it's just surrounded by greenery. I think 7 had to have been Aerith. They couldn't not have Aerith, right? But maybe they had Tifa. I don't know. I just remember before the DLC, they had 2 characters for every game, except 7 had Sephiroth and 6 had Kain as a secret extra character. And then they also had Chaos and whatever the good person is. What, the snow and surrounded by grass? I mean, I guess this might just be how Japan is. I've never been to Japan to actually see, because, like, it's probably got, like, the mountain regions. Like, this is how mountains work, honestly. But that's a boat. That is definitely a boat. Get it? Because it's cool. Oh, you know, that makes sense. That would heal them, huh? Alright, Blizzard has leveled up. Ironically, Hands has leveled up also. Calling it Hands. Like, it is. I wonder why Hands is doing so much more damage than some of the other stuff. I should start, okay, yeah, cure you. Anyway, I know 11 is the big one because it's somebody who never... Like, again, my first Final Fantasy was Theatrhythm, so I didn't have any, like, experience with any of the others, anything in the series. As somebody who hadn't played 11, I would assume that, what's-her-face, Shanna Toa, or whatever, was, like, a major, like the main character of that game, based on literally how every depiction of her ever outside of 11, and that's definitely, from what I'm being told, that's definitely not the case. All right, World of Light, Princess Sarah, Frieren and Minoru, yeah, Onion Knight Cid, Cecil and Rydia. That makes sense, honestly. I do think that makes more sense than Rosa. And then Kain. Bartz and Ferris makes sense. Terra and Locke and Celeste was the phone DLC. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Locke is basically pushed on you so much, and Terra is definitely, like, the de facto main character. But it is weird to have Terra and Locke and not Celeste and Locke, because they would make more sense together. Cloud and Aerith and Sephiroth. Okay, yeah. Tifa was the phone DLC. Squall and Cypher. That's, okay, yeah, that's the one I think was, that's the one I think is weird, knowing more about 8 now, because I'm pretty sure Cypher's not a good guy, so, like, all the other ones are usually the main guy and a girl, or, like, their second command, and then maybe they throw the villain in, but the base of 8 was just a guy, and, I mean, I don't know, maybe he's not a villain. I have not played 8. So I don't know for sure. But I don't think he's, like, from what I remember of the intro, he's not, like, he's kind of your, like, he's at least a rival at the best. Zidane and Vivi, yeah, which is odd, but having played the game, actually fitting. And Garnet was DLC. Titus and Yuna, Auron was DLC, that makes sense. Shanato, and I don't know who Prish is. I don't remember. I would know if I looked at it, but Van, Ash. That's 12. Lightning and Snow were the base ones. Yeah, okay. No, Riona is so funny. The logo of 8 is Riona. Eight's now looking at it, like, and now having more knowledge of the series, I think 8 is by far the funniest of those. is they chose Squall, makes sense, and then Cypher or Seifer. Which maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not, like, but compared to everyone else, it does stand out. And you could say the same thing with 9, but again, like, Garnet is important in 9 for sure, absolutely. It would not be unfitting if it was Garnet and Zidane. But again, if you were to ask 100 people who is the most memorable character from Final Fantasy IX, I guarantee you the number one answer would be Vivi. Absolutely. Tell me I'm wrong on that, because I'm pretty sure I'm right. Who, Vivi? Well, no spoilers for 8, because I haven't played it yet. So if it happens in the beginning, I definitely played the intro, but I don't remember. Power scaling is stupid. Like, Nina had me go through an entire night of learning about power scalers, and I learned I don't like power scalers. They're okay. This seems like the Deadheads look like Deadheads also are a fandom of an actual rock band, but Deadhead looks like something you'd see on a rock, like a CD for like a heavy metal group. Does Gear 5 Luffy no dip East Blue Arlong? What are his feats? Is he a fraud like Mihawk? The thing that got me is the fact that there's like levels of like numbering, and eventually like it very quickly goes into like multi-dimensional threats, and like almost everyone is like the fact that we're seriously considering the fact that Patchy the Pirate is a god level power character, but they're taking, like, I assume they are taking it actually seriously and not like, you know, as like a joke. Yeah, a little weird. We'll see how. I don't know if all these guys are considered dead. It's like super lore. As someone who in general takes things literally, that's stupid. The most known character in Final Fantasy IX is Sword and Thorn. I wish I didn't know about Sword and Thorn. Sword and Thorn might be the most annoying characters in 9, actually. They're up there. That might just be the most annoying characters in Final Fantasy at all, but if I had a genie, I'd remove the concept of power scaling. I feel like you can take things literally, but also have the ability to look at the text. Yeah. Here's something. So I was watching the video about. I guess I should have you level up your cure a bit, huh? I was watching the video that was talking about. Yeah, level 4 for Blizzard. What are you? Level 3 for Cure. Cure's almost leveled up on you. So I was watching a video that was talking about like the gaming mechanics in anime, and it's like, as someone who really didn't I got into anime around like the end of college, so like 2010, 2011, probably like 2011 or so. It was around there. There was like one of my last years of college. I was like spent a lot of time watching. I remember there was one night, like don't do this also, but there was one night where I think it might have been the weekend to be fair, but I'm pretty sure I just watched Yu Yu Hakusho for like at least 12 hours straight. I kind of got really into anime for a bit there. And then I continued on to it in the mid to 2010s, and then fell off, and now I'm getting back into it again. But the point is, when I was watching that, at that point, I was watching a lot of classic anime, and some at the time as well. So I missed the whole era of like this, like Sword Art Online kind of kickstarted. I did not end up really watching, even when it like. Even in mid-2010s when it was starting to become a thing, I didn't really gravitate towards those, so I never saw any of these anime that are, like, very video gamey based. And to just, like, see tons of clips of tons of different anime that have all these stat screens floating up, I'm like, holy shit, like, why? It was a good video. It was the Mother's Basement video. It was a good video because it was like interesting to see how Japan approached video games in general influenced how like high fantasy and how video games were a much bigger influence for high fantasy in Japan is very interesting. Like how they approach it, I thought was like I'm like, oh, that makes total sense actually. So yeah, but like so many anime now are like have these stat screens. Like there's the one about the one where you become a spider, and just seeing the spider like navigating these like stat screens, I'm like, why would a spider do this? I don't have an issue with having video game logic per se, though. One of the ones he pointed out was, he said, stop having bosses in dungeons that respawn. Like there was one anime apparently that like has like a floor boss, and then it respawns, and everyone who does the dungeon has to fight it again. It's like that's like at that point you're just making a video game. Like stop. It doesn't do anything but stink of someone who wishes they could make a video game. Well, that's like how when you see people, I mean, this is in every genre. You see people who make video games who want to make movies, who clearly should be just making movies, and instead are making video games that are trying, like, you know. Yeah. I tend to power scale down characters, if anything, when I write them, because having some amount of realism. Well, the thing with power scaling, Q, you have to understand, it's not even so much, like, I don't think from what I can gather, they're not looking at it of, like, we want these characters to be super powerful or whatever. They're just, like, they're trying to organize the entire, every piece of media and to determine who is the strongest character compared to each other. Like, it's a bizarre outlook, because it's not like, oh, I want powerful characters. It's that, here's what we have already, and, like, this character is clearly powerful because he can break the laws of reality. Which is, like, a lot, like, basically any Looney Tune character is going to be super powerful. Anyone that has, like, like I said, SpongeBob is up there. Making MMO is not really a thing you can do as an indie creator, so yeah, I get that. But they're not doing anything interesting with it either, is the thing. Like, usually with anime games, they're just kind of... they're just kind of making a generic, like... If you want to make if you want to make a game, and you can only make anime, fair enough, I guess. But you know what you could do instead? At least make it, like, interesting in doing that. But if you're gonna make it the most generic, like, MMO ever in games, then why are we even bothering? You know, what is this door for? Rei and Akira from Legends. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna hide my preview so I can get a bigger chat. My chat was too small. You guys are talking. Usually I can deal with it. You guys are talking too much tonight, and I'm trying to. The reason I'm pausing is I was scrolling back to read stuff, and then my chat was freaking out, trying to not let me scroll it. No! I need to put you on slow mode. Dual heads. Okay. This game already has like some more unique monsters that I haven't like. Not that other Final Fantasies haven't had unique monsters, but I feel like this one especially, for one that again was the second game. You would think some of these guys would have come back, but I've never seen dual head before. What about a new manga where it's an MMO, but the main character only had free trial and they stopped playing after issue 13? Does defending in this game give you more defense at all, by the way? I assume it does, right? I probably should be doing that, if that's the case. Trap room, probably. Well, Joseph is pretty strong because he's like doing a lot of his punching. This always gets me, like, when people say manga is always better than anime, which personally, I don't know, this is a debate that, like, I think some of it goes in your personal preference. Like, if you want to say, is the manga going to be the most true to the original author's vision? Absolutely. But I do think there's more nuance to it. But, because I think a lot of times people are like, oh, the manga's better, and they don't really give a justification of why it's better, they're just, it's better. Which is like, it's fine if you like it better, but if you're going to try to say, oh, it is superior to the anime, I want more than just because, you know? But the thing that gets me is there's so many manga out there that are where music is like integral to the plot. Like how many manga are written about like girl bands or like, you know, high school bands or playing music, or like literally any idol anime. Like so many are based on that, and like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with writing a manga about that, but you can't convince me that having the music actually play isn't a better experience for those type of stories, you know? Reincarnate in another world, I was locked to the free trial and could not trade, mail, party, or have more than 300,000 coins? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Yeah, I just think if you're going to have singing in general, my consensus is that probably it is going to be better to watch the anime. Even if you were to argue that every other aspect of it is better than the manga, if you have songs that are like integral to the story, you kind of want to just hear them, you know? I don't think this is a hot... I mean, maybe this is a hot take to say this, but... For me, the big thing with manga, I've said this before, the big thing with manga and anime is that I have a really hard time understanding space in a lot of manga. I need a better battle axe. So for me, anime helps because I get a better sense of where they are. Like, that was one thing with reading Marineford, is like, people are like, oh, it makes more sense in the manga. And to some extent, I'm sure like some things in that do. But at the other, on the other side, it's already hard enough to tell where characters are in a manga. If the anime is making it really hard to tell how anyone is progressing, I'm assuming the manga isn't going to be much better in that regard. The one thing it would be better at is like the anime's adding stuff that like draws things out unnecessarily and just complicates things. Like the one thing I will give manga, well, not even the one thing. One thing I'll give manga entirely is, I'm pretty sure the whole thing that I hate of people just like standing around, like, it works in like, this is why I like tournaments, because in tournament, people standing around and talking in anime makes total sense. It makes sense for the spectators to stand around and talk while everyone is fighting. That makes sense. You know what doesn't make sense for you to do that while you're in the middle of an all-out war? If everyone is like fighting for their lives, you shouldn't be just standing there shooting the shit and examining the fight while you are also in the middle of a fight. That to me is insane. No one is talking now, so I feel like I have lost everyone, apparently. Apparently it was a hot take to say, I think that music should be music. I'm sorry, I like music. Just to me, it's like to me the fact that I'm out of magic. That's unfortunate. To me, having watched Your Lie in April, I don't see how a lot of the scenes in that would work with no music. And now we're not. I didn't have an issue. No, I didn't tell you guys to stop talking. I just said I need to make the chat bigger so I can view your talking. That's all I said. I had no issue with you guys talking. You know, sure, you can have a mace. Why not? Or maybe not. Well, it is technically better. But, like, he's better at like, isn't he, like, isn't his level... Yeah, like, he doesn't have a level in staffs, though, is the thing. Well, you could just, like, you could be, like, one of those, you could be like a vizier and just be like, excellent, master, you're so correct. Like, just, like, overpraise me for my correct opinion. Do I have any items that give me... do I have a... I think I have a... did I not buy a cabin? I guess I didn't. Precisely, my lord. The common people shall be astounded by your impeccable logics. We will also save. I mean, I probably don't need magic. But I probably should stop using magic for a bit here. I just think what my main takeaway is. I do think that people tend to praise the source material as the gold standard when it comes to anything, except for when they don't. But like they don't acknowledge that they like. There's like this extreme push for like, oh, the book is better, or oh, the original like manga a lot of times with anime fans, but books in general, like the book was better than the movie adaptation and stuff like that. But then people don't say that for like The Godfather, or like they don't even remember the book for that one. Like, and they don't say, oh, it's an exception either. They're just like, they just don't even acknowledge that the book existed in most cases. It feels like in most people's mind, The Godfather is a movie. It's not a book at all. So it's whatever they like. If they experience The Godfather as a movie first, I think people need to acknowledge that in the most part, their issue, I think in general, it's not so much that the source material is always better. It can be, but it's not so much that, and it's more so that that whatever you experience first is probably what you're going to enjoy the most, if that makes sense. I think I'm lost also. Like that's not always the case, but like if you watched I'm trying to think of a good example of this. Where did I come down from? I don't know where I came from. No, I think this is where I came down from. Okay, so this, I want to go up here then? But yeah, I don't know. I just think, like, people seem to underestimate how much whatever your first experience with something is tends to color every future interaction you have with that thing. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's good to acknowledge that that is something that, people tend to do. Like, how many people out there, like, I'm not one of those people, but how many people out there do you know that tend to have, okay, that's one of those items, okay. How many people do you know out there who tend to list that their favorite game of all time or favorite movie or whatever is usually whatever the first movie they watched was? Because there's a decent chunk of people that I know that have said, my favorite game is this, and it was the first game they ever played. And it never changed. And that's, I'm not, like, knocking that necessarily. I would knock it if, like, I knock it to an extent of someone being like, I only play old stuff and never willing to give new stuff a chance. I'd be like, okay. And I also would argue to some extent with those people who the opposite, the ones who do try new things. I would be like, I don't know, like, I get you have nostalgia for it, but probably it's not actually your favorite if you would examine everything you played. It's just the one that you have the most personal attachment to, which is fine. But, like, my point is more so just, thinking is good. If you think, you don't stink. That's my new slogan. My new PSA campaign. They said it was Blueprints. I might judge you. All I want, Pod, is for you to read my blog and be like, yeah, Mega has a point. I don't agree with it, but Mega has a point. I just think there's no way you can look at the character in Blueprints and not think he is insane. And also, if I got one more case of them regurgitating information I already knew to me as some big plot twist. So, no, well, does defend... I didn't get an answer on this. Hey, Chet, does defending actually increase my defending stat at all? I believe the post game is as soon as you get through door 46, to be honest. But... the red opens up the door, and the dead is like the red. Okay, but that game is well. Okay, so yeah, Nina, as somebody who was getting annoyed with 999 regurgitating information to you, how would you feel if you got that regurgitated to you after going through a big puzzle that you spent hours trying to solve for like new revelations, and the revelation was just regurgitated information? That's what Blueprints was to me. It's not even just that they regurgitate information to you, it's that you go through the effort to like learn, like put a bunch of effort in to learn something new, and the new information is the same thing you already knew. I want, I mean, I'm not gonna force Nina, but I do hope Nina does also check out Merciless Reward stream. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Nina's gonna be like, actually this game sucks too. I don't even think Nina thinks, well, okay, this is assuming that Nina thinks 999 sucks. She doesn't. I'm pretty sure she actually likes it so far. But it'll be very interesting to watch, to see if you, like, because I do, it has been a while, but I do think that game is a bit better on not doing that. But I could be wrong. Hold on, every plot twist in Blueprints was this character that did this thing with this object. Yeah, they did this thing with this object. Did you know that? Did you know that this character did that thing? They keep telling me that, and I'm like, yeah, I do know that. You've told me this 100 times. I knew this from the start. I knew everything. What do you mean, Blueprints? There's like Revelations of the World War that's like plot twist. I don't know what the plot twist isn't really the right word, because you're right, there's not really a plot lore twist. Like, I don't know what you like, you know, backstory to, like, but it's a twist because it's supposed to be like, holy shit, this changes my entire view of everything. I think 999 is awesome and stupid. That is actually probably the best way to look at it, to be honest. I think Golden Sun is my favorite game, but I don't think it's the best. I think it's the thing, too, that people don't have the ability, a lot of people don't have the ability to be like, I like this thing a lot, but acknowledge that it is not the best thing that I played. People seem to latch on that favorite also means good. And it's not necessarily, like, you can like something that's trash. It's like, it's there's nothing wrong with liking bad things. People do that all the time. You don't have to like something good. Bob likes Blueprint. It's a joke. It's a joke. Like, I'm not, like, a lot of people like Blueprints, but I'm also not in the minority for not liking it. I do think personal influence is huge for favorite game picking. Yeah. I don't really even know what my favorite game would be at this point, to be honest. I guess it would be Zelda, but it probably would not be my first. It's definitely not Link to the Past. I don't know. I'd have to look. I'd have to really think on that. I have like my top 50, but I never determined what my favorite game of all time was. I tried to do that once, and I just never did it. Nina can't be trusted because she didn't click the funny rip option. Nina needs to watch that scene because it's very funny and very stupid. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that maybe I'm just so damn smart and awesome and amazing that I just knew everything about Blueprints, and it's only regurgitating to me because I'm so awesome and amazing and super duper awesome and smart. But But I don't want to believe that that's the case. So there has to be some regurgitation. You know what also regurgitates things? Golden Sun. Which, like, no offense, but like, having played that as a kid, I didn't notice it. But watching people play it as an adult, I'm like, holy shit, do they just like talk in circles in that? Especially the first game. I think a lot of people, the reason people like Golden Sun 2 is not so much for the first game, but the combo of both games. Because I do think that the conclusion of both games together is really good. As a package, they're a very good experience. I'm trying to think what my favorite trash is. I mean, well, here's the thing. There's kind of like a blend, because, like, you could make the argument... Hear me out. You could make the argument that Beast Wars is kind of trashy, right? But, like, I'm not saying it's bad, but you could say it has, like, some dumb, like, you know, like, at least visually, it is not aged well. But you can still enjoy that, like bad visual look and stuff. Yeah. And so, like, but it's not as black and white as just, oh, this is bad. Like, there can be elements that are bad. Visually, it is not aged well at all. But I don't know if that's necessarily an issue. I need a Mithril Battle Axe. I'm trying to think what the trashiest thing well, okay, you say trashy. I don't mean like trashy like trailer trashy. I mean like what bad, like there's a lot of examples. You could argue that Sonic Chronicles is one of those. I think the game is also kind of good, but also it's kind of bad. For the longest time, I used to like so this is kind of like my way of thinking. When I was like a kid, I had watched like the Batman movies, and I had like all the DVD, and I think I had said Batman and Robin was like my favorite as a kid. I liked how stupid and dumb it was. I enjoyed the humor and stuff. But then when I was college, it's like, no, actually Batman and Robin's awful. So I kind of was like, yeah, it's kind of the worst movie. And now I'm kind of like, look, it's not a good movie, but you know, I do think it's funny. It's a funny movie. Like, there's the whole thing of it's so bad it's good, and like I think sometimes that gets taken like too far the wrong way, but there is some truth to it as well. Like, you can enjoy things. Part of it's enjoying the like. This is why AI stuff will never have this hit the same. It's interesting to watch something like The Room, or like this is a good example. Like, everyone's like, "Oh, The Room is so fascinating," and they find it funny, right? But then he made like a sequel and like he tried to capitalize on his like fame that Tommy Wiseau did, and that stuff doesn't hit. Like, trying to be bad when you know people, you know, expect you to be bad does not work. There's something honest, like just the fascination of seeing how something came about, like the humanity of like especially people who are earnest, who are really trying to make something good, and they make something really not good. Like, there's something very fascinating and entertaining about that. I had a semi-argument with my brother about this stuff. If you cheat to the end of something, it really doesn't matter. What do you mean in terms of? If you go through the process, even if the end result sucks, it still matters because it has, yeah. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I need to fix my headphones. Yeah, exactly. Is that not gonna, come on. You cheated yourself and the game, or whatever that. Oh, hang on. I'm realizing very quickly here. Like, you could make the argument with, like, on art. Like, if you save state, is that considered, like, there's a great area of, like, if you experience something like this, would you say I'm truly experiencing Final Fantasy II with this version? I don't know. Experiencing a different version of Final Fantasy II. This dungeon is kind of confusing. Yeah. I mean, that's why Pon likes movies. He likes seeing, like, what the director made, not the... Like, I think there's a blend of both, personally. I care about what the person themselves is saying with the work, but I also like... I like seeing the characters themselves as their own story and stuff. I'm not, like... I don't like stories that are, like, 99% metaphor, that don't make any sense out... Snook Chit. Snook Chit. Okay, why are we in the beaver room? Snook Chit. Buddy guy pal, speak beaver. Snook Chit. Sure. These do not look like beavers also. At all. Like, I just want to point out that these look like saber-toothed tigers, not beavers, but sure. Well, okay, yeah, I'm thinking of, like, Wolf's Rain, where that, though, like, the things that are happening with the characters themselves don't make any sense unless you look at the entire thing as one big metaphor. These are wingless Moogles. Secret passage in wall to right. Monster guard bell. Bell in wall. Why does Buddy Gao Pal talk like this now? He's just a caveman. So is it here? Okay, hang on, I don't want to go there just yet, though. Yeah, but I don't think he's spoken a lot right so far. Like, this is the most he's spoken in the entire game, I think. Yeah, but he said, Buddy Guy Pal speak beaver. He said that like that. That wasn't a direct translation. Okay. Yeah, we don't really get much of a backstory of these guys in this game because, you know, NES. Well, that's like what you said, Pond, about how Sakamoto in Other M tried to make this like very brilliant. He in his mind, this very brilliant theatrical game and made the most generic like story of all time with Other M, and it says a lot about their values and stuff. Yeah, exactly. They should have made him raise. Those should have just been his parents. That should have been his dad. Like we should have just been meeting his dad. He's like, oh, that buddy guy pal's dad. Okay, so that's better. It has less. Oh, this is really bad accuracy though. I don't know if it's worth it though, if the accuracy is that bad. I want to see... I'm missing 13 chests still. I'm going to just quickly do this, because I think I'm near the end of this dungeon. Just to speed things up a little bit. Okay. There's this chest over here. And then there must be a chest in here then? No. No, this I... Really? No, I want to get... It's a trap room. Every time you miss, you get better at missing. I'm not sure where this last, chest is. A stalwart man raised by wolves as a baby. Guy along with Firion was taken in by... What was Firion raised by wolves too, or was he just a different guy? So here's what I want to know is where this last chest is. I guess it could be... There's still a bit ahead, so I guess I should just wait and see. Thank you, beavers. That's the only thing I knew about this game was that there were beavers. Maria and Leon's parents raised them all. Well, like at what age though? Because he was raised by wolves, right? So they didn't raise a guy from a baby. The beaver is the main cultural export of Bobby's too. I'm curious as to what the beavers look like in the manual, if they even had them drawn in the manual. Because I can tell you that those sprites are not beavers. I mean, I guess they were trying to go for, like, the buck teeth, but they didn't really land that. So I didn't realizing while writing character bios is sometimes I'm not going to fill something out, and if you want it so bad, you can figure it out. What you mean, like, in terms of, for, like, what stuff? Like, for RPing, or... I feel like this game is not that hard compared to some of the other ones. Like, I know this. It's gonna get harder the further in I get, probably. That's why I don't want to just rely on just punching. But right now I'm doing it because I don't want to waste what little magic I have left, which isn't much. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to reveal every little bit of someone's backstory. But I think, like, in D&D, it's one of those things where you can leave holes that can be filled later, too. I need to remember, one of the villages had spells that I didn't learn. I think the one where the Death Star was. So I need to probably go back there to get some stuff. That's a turtle. Alright. I already have that. You have that. You have that. You're not gonna stay on my party, though. Well, we'll just do a quick save, just in case. No, I want to fight the turtle! Because there's no way we didn't name him, we named Leon. There's no way we're going to... We didn't get to name... If you don't name a character, they're not going to be on your team permanently. Granted, I know Final Fantasy IV, that doesn't apply for that game, but... That's an Adamantoise guarding the bell. Stay on your toes. Such a weird battle song. Alright, I gotta try it. No. Oh, I might be fucked, actually. Okay, well, okay, Joseph can punch. I don't have anything that can heal magic, is there? I can do this. Well, hang on, though. Well, hang on. Before I do that, I better make sure... I better make sure he can be affected by ice. My name is Joseph, but my real name is Shadow the Hedgehog. Let's be whatever. Okay, cool. Did I ever get an answer on if I can increase my defense by... Oh, he's dead. Okay, cool. If I can ever get my defense increased by defending, I don't... if I was not looking at the chat when it was answered. There really hasn't been a boss yet. There's something set in the wall. It's the Goddess's Bell. You obtain the Goddess's Bell. Reduces damage taken for the turn in which is used and only appears in the 20th anniversary version in ports. Okay, so it basically doesn't actually even appear in the original, so the answer is probably no. I want to go this way, right? Yeah. Alright, who's that, though? That's that guy that betrayed us, right? Curses! You've already got the goddess's medal. First you ruined my standing with the Emperor, and now this. The Emperor will never forgive me for messing this up. If I go back to the Empire, he'll have my head. But I'm still a soldier. If I'm gonna die, you're coming with me. Alright, so now this is the boss battle. I know this is because it's on the NES, but like usually you're used to like the bosses being like these big giant sprites, especially on the SNES. But like he's not big, but he's bigger than us. It's just like he's very weird looking. Civil War reenactor. I can't tell like if I've been level. Yeah, no. Apparently, I'm over leveled. I wasn't even intentional, but apparently I'm over leveled. Either that or he's just very weak. I don't know. I think he just sucks. I love that we just walk around him. I may have lost, but don't think that you've won. I booby-trapped this cave. How? When? Just a little part. Hang on, I keep forgetting he's Southern. Just a little pardon gift from me to you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. That's a big boulder. I assume in the original it's much smaller. Damn it! Go on, get out! We not leave you. I can't hold on much longer. Run! Hey, Mr. B. It's up to you now, anime. My sweet Nelly. Yeah, we did get... I actually have that card, I'm pretty sure. Joseph! This is very Final Fantasy IV. Except for in Final Fantasy IV, he wouldn't actually die. I mean, I don't know if this song's going to stop playing when I leave, so... Yeah, only, like, I'm pretty sure 4 has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5, I think there's probably more, like 5 deaths, and of them, I think only 1 sticks. One body dies, yeah. Is that the Game Over song? It's very good music. I need to go heal so I can get more magic. Okay, so now we can go back to the one spot. To get the magic flame. Yeah, I don't really see a reason to put your characters in the back row, I'm realizing. Because even if they can use magic, you kind of just want them to get hit so they can get more HP. Now, I do think if the original had it so that you basically couldn't... The only way you could earn HP is by getting hit. I can see why that would be like... Because it seems like you naturally will just earn HP by leveling up anyway, or by doing so many encounters. But I can see why that would be annoying in the original version of it, because I think early on it wouldn't matter, but eventually you're going to get to a point where you need to have more HP. But again, I think I said this last time, is people love to blow things out of proportion, because if you're playing a short, like, this game is a short RPG and you have to you have an annoying mechanic in a shorter time period, it's not nearly as big a deal as if you were doing it for a game that's 200 hours and it's also annoying the entire time. Like, even if you want to argue that attacking yourself is stupid, it's not like it's this massive, compared to the modern Final Fantasy. It's a much smaller experience. But how have you been, Mr. B? I've been, tackling Final Fantasy 2. I've been doing a lot of RPGs this year. I did Dragon Quest 9. I'm doing this. I guess technically on stream I've only done Dragon Quest 9, this, and Rune Factory I'll be doing. Rune Factory 3. I did not, because Little Town Hero is not an RPG, and even though it's people claim it is, and Chibi Robo's not really an RPG either, though. Nah, not really. But I've also been, what have I played for RPGs so far? I played for it, off stream. I'm playing Born of Bread, which has been good so far. I need to get back to Digimon Time Stranger. I do want to beat that this year. Maybe I haven't played that many other ones. Because what have I beaten this year? Have I beaten any RPGs off stream? I don't know if I have. I want to play Breath of Fire 2. I think I might just commit to that. Because again, it's not like there's anything I did this inventory because I got credit card points for my credit card recently. So I have $60 or some, I think $60 in eShop points, okay? So a good chunk of that's going to go to Rhythm Heaven. And then I'm going to get another 50 probably next month based on my point totals and how much I usually, because I put everything on the card and I pay it off. And so then that's going to be another 60 or 70 or so, and that's going to be basically to pay for Pokopia DLC and the Tingle Tower sequel, and then have some extra left over likely. I've already pre-ordered Fire Emblem on Amazon only because it's 70 as opposed to 80 if you pre-order it for price matching. And other than that, I think that's everything I'm getting this year. Mostly. There's probably some small indie titles and stuff I'm forgetting. But you did buy Breath of Fire in the GBA. It looks pretty good from what I saw, but I feel like I can easily jump into the second one without playing the first. And I kind of want to jump into the second because I've seen bits of the first when Slim played it on GBA. I do need to play more UFO. Oh yeah, no, that is actually right though. I did play Grimstone, which was an RPG. That was basically a 20-hour RPG. The HP increase was added in the GBA port, which is the one that most people played, probably, because I think this technically came out on the PlayStation as well. But which goes back to the whole thing of people complaining about stuff that they didn't even have to deal with, like how many people who've mentioned Final Fantasy II having problems actually experience those problems. YouTubers are you actually have to do this? How much of it is they just read it on Wikipedia? Because I'm sure there's a small set that maybe played the PlayStation version and had to deal with it, but I'm going to assume most of them are just it's the Spyro, Japanese Spyro issue of North American YouTubers being Japan got this in Spyro and they added the signpost. I can't believe they added the signpost, and just hating on something that no one's going to defend because it's a Japanese audience that isn't paying attention to some random North American YouTuber. Yeah, it's exactly that. That's not to say that there aren't issues with the system, but it definitely is blown out of proportion, I feel like. Oh, I would believe that. I feel like the post game and most of the additions in the GBA, from what I've seen, are just not that needed. Poor Joseph. I'll look after Nelly in his place. I know that would make him happy. Daddy. Daddy isn't coming back, is he? Alright, I'm going to take a quick break here, and when I get back, we will go get the fire and blow up a Death Star. So, be right back, guys. 2-minute break. But I gotta play Final Fantasy 2. I haven't got to 8 yet. Maybe next year. Next year is gonna be either... Well, could be a few things. Next year is either 7 or 8, probably, because of the ones I have left. 1, 7, 8, and 3. 7 or 8 are the most likely. And I guess 12 or 13 also, if you want to count those. But, the problem is, if I decide to go through with Project 50 First Looks, it might make more sense to do Final Fantasy 1 at one point, and maybe not even do yearly just when I get to final, like, those years. I don't know. I have to go through a list of what even is, like, what would show up on that if I did that. On top of the fact that I need to figure out a good way to play these games. Because I'm probably gonna... I probably need to buy a really good new desk chair. Because I probably should get a new computer, too. But a lot of them will probably be played on my computer, I imagine. Or I look into like something that can do flash carts. No, I got all of these. Okay. Though honestly, wouldn't be the worst idea to buy another life tome for. Again, if we're making Frieren be healing. I like how Naran only came back when someone made a dumb joke. I probably can sell some of this stuff. I didn't even know there's hand motions involved. When was this? When did this get added to the lore? I'm trying to get rid of the regular bow at this point. Coppers probably can be. This one can probably be sold. Staff can probably be sold. Man, I should have stripped Joseph of all his stuff if I knew he was gonna be taken out. I'll leave that shield for now. Yeah, I mean, there's some other stuff I could sell, but I assume we're gonna be getting Leon here soon. Yeah, I don't get to talk to you anymore. You're too busy watching sports balls. We're not even gonna be able to play any games on Tuesday, probably. You're gonna miss Farming Fridays. Actually, you probably won't miss that many because they're not starting until like mid-July. Pond, I have so many other games to play though, but like, yeah, the min-maxing and stuff does not. But like, I've known this. The way that you play, like, you go through like, look, I'm a pretty thorough and obsessive about stuff sometimes too, but I think you go a bit beyond what I could tolerate with stuff like, what if we catch every Pokemon in a Pokeball? And I'm like, yeah, or I could just not do that. You keep calling it sports volleyball. I was trying to think of a funnier joke, and then I just didn't have one. No, Pon had it first. You stole that from Pon. You did steal that from Pon. That was Pon's thing originally. Pon has been stripped of all identity at this point. He's been, yeah. You're not the worst friend ever. Because you're not the only one that has stolen Pon's thing. I think every one of us has stolen one thing from Pond. This is not where I want to be. What am I doing? Or no, it is where I want to be. I want you to take me to... What was the town with... It was Salamand, right? I'm gonna go Salamander, I'm pretty sure. You say that, but Sturm is doing the same thing. No, this isn't Salamander. What the fuck? That's not... What's the town where the Death Star was at? No, yeah, I am going backwards. Look, I'll fix it. Bafsk, okay. Well, what's the town with... I thought Bafsk Ruin was the... What was the town that blew up? That was... No, that was Kashuna or whatever, right? That's true. Pretty much saying the town that blew up is not narrowing it down much at all. I think everything... for some reason, Salaman didn't blow up. I'm not really sure why, to be honest. It is very interesting how, like, for Final Fantasy, though, one, it kind of has this idea of just, like, party members that could become different things. Then, two has, like, okay, there's these individual guys with a semi-rotating cast. Three goes all in on the making of individual party members with the class system. And then, four is, like, all in on the rotating cast list. And characters. And then 5 finally basically 5 feels like it actually like unites both of those together. 5 is like if they took the best of 4 and the best of 3 and combined it into good. And then 6 just was like, okay, but we don't actually need to have classes anymore, and it just goes all in on characters from then on. Okay, so we're going to Bafsk. I mean, that's just kind of what you have in a lot of the old games. Yeah, I don't mind it in 5. I didn't care for it in 3. I mean, I guess I didn't mind it in 9 either, but the thing with 9 that helped it in that case, and I say this wholeheartedly, I think I would have been less inclined to like it in Dragon Quest 9 if it wasn't for the fact that you wear the outfits that you put on. 100% that pretty much made it so I could, like, build my own, like, characters in my mind and stuff. Like, that really made a big difference. Is not only could you design your characters, but their costume changed. Because I think if 9 didn't have the costume changes, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much as I did. I don't know for sure on that, but I would hazard a guess. Okay, so I want to go buy magic here. Okay, so we need Silence Tome. We have Asuna. We need Basuna and the Fear Tome. Alright, so we are teaching Silence to Buddy Guy Pal because it's funny. Basuna is going to be teach to Maria. And Fear we'll use for anime. That feels like something anime would know. Many people are afraid of anime. Okay, that guy just tells you about the Dreadnoughts to talk to Sid. Okay. I don't need to go back to... I can just go to the ruin, or to Kashuna, or whatever it is, right? Because, like, I don't need to bring the bell anywhere, I don't think. I mean, I can, but I don't really see a reason to. Yeah, I feel like I gotta be a little overpowered. I don't know. I'm killing enemies in one hit. I did kind of grind a bit, but like, not on purpose. So I'm trying to think what indie games or any game in general I'm really looking forward to still that's upcoming. Cause like, okay, Nintendo basically has no, besides Fire Emblem, nothing that they've revealed. Like, oh, maybe I'll get into Xenoblade, maybe I'll play Xenoblade Genesis, maybe, but I don't know if I will. So that's not on the radar as a game I'm like anticipating. But the stuff they revealed, I don't think there's anything they revealed that I'm like, holy shit, I need this. In fact, the fact that they said, I'm pretty sure that there's a website people found that the quote for Ocarina of Time is that it's got timeless gameplay, which implies it is a one-to-one remake, potentially. We still don't know until we actually see more, but I do not care. But, so Nintendo doesn't really have anything. So then we go to indie games. And I think off the top of my head, there's a few small projects, but I think the big one I'm anticipating now that like Mina and Mermaid's Mask are coming out this year or have come out. Because those ones were ones I was anticipating for so long. What is this? Ooh. Hi. You found a chocobo. Cool. This is the first chocobo. But they changed the music so it's not like they actually like I know the original 2's music is just like nothing. You don't like just repeating the same thing over and over? Is there anything else in the Chocobo Forest? I guess I should look. There's another there's a Chocobo. Yeah, hang on. I want time gameplay. It's like the joke we did for Name of the Game too, where it's the song but it never starts. Look, you underestimate Sturb. You underestimate my capacity to listen to bullshit for hours on end. I could easily make $1 million, honestly. I probably would tap out at about like $1 million. That seems like a good number. There's worse songs to listen to on loop than the first 16, 15 notes of the Chocobo theme. Alright, the Chocobo don't really do anything in this game, but they are here. I supposed to ask you about? Did this song not play last time, or did I just not pay attention to it last time? Anyway, what was I talking about? Indie games. So the one big one that I'm actually anticipating at this point that's on my radar is BC Ball, which is the Pokemon volleyball kind of game that's in early access that will likely come out in 2027, and it's made by the people who made Chicory, which is a fantastic game. Clear tone of the bell rings out, the lock opens without a sound. I came to retrieve the Sunfire. I thought I was the only one left who could open the door. I meant to look for Eagle's torch, but it's a monster's den in here. I can't keep going on my own. I can't return empty-handed. I don't know what to do next. You know your way around the keep, right? You think you can help us find our way through? I'm sorry. The keep is riddled with secrets. I wouldn't know my way around any better than you. But I do want to fight. Will you let me come with you? Alright, well he's gonna die when he joins us. Everyone that joins us dies. Gordon joined the party. You have equipped. He's going to die! He has too many stats to live. No way that man lives. 0-11. Yeah, we haven't done Castle Finn yet. Or Finn. That's fine. Okay, yeah, so 11 chests. Cure Tome. I already have a bunch of Cure Tomes. I don't need more. Though I should have you... Again, I want to level up Cure if I can. I guess I just gotta be at peace with not leveling up every spell. Like, some of them I'll just level up on my own, but, like, I shouldn't stress not leveling up every white magic. How are you supposed to finish G2 and G3 trophies? I think you just, like, yeah, I think you just need to either, like, use a worse horse or lose on purpose. Sometimes you'll get it if you just, like, if you get bad positioning at the end of Pocket Card Jockey, if you get, like, if you, at the end of the race, there are just times where, like, I just got boxed in and there wasn't anything to do. I am not writing off 100 Line, but I don't know if I want to commit to that yet. But I'm not writing it off. It is a good time for it, though. I need to play Digimon Time Stranger because I got new glasses, so hopefully I can have a better time of like playing that game. Because I was having a hard time reading. The text in that game was really hard to read, and it was kind of just I I haven't got far enough into it to really, like, be engrossed in the plot, so I was just kind of... I'm also a little overwhelmed in that game because they give you too many options for, like, Digimon, so I was like, I don't even know what to, like... There's too many mechanics, and I was, like, stressing out about not having the optimal Digimon. But I do gotta play that, and I gotta play... Hyrule Warriors I need to play as well. That I just need to get into the right mood for. I tried playing it and I wasn't feeling it. Right now I'm playing Born and Bred, which I'm enjoying, and that's going to probably be a pretty quick and easy experience. Born of bread, not born in bread. There's a difference. You're made of bread. You were born from bread. You weren't born in a piece of bread. And I really want to finish UFO 50. The problem with UFO 50 is I'm down to, like, mostly annoying games to beat. Like, I have the dungeon crawling one that's just kind of obnoxious, which I can fit. That one I can definitely beat. I have the Cyber Owls I probably can beat. I just need to. I just haven't played it yet. But Onion Delivery and... Oh, right. These guys are magic eaters. Okay. Or need magic. Onion Delivery and the two shooters, Caramel, and Wasp, whatever it was. Wasp. I can't remember what the name of the game was, but the one with the one that's like your traditional bullet hell game. Those ones are gonna be really hard for me to beat. I don't know if I can do it. I've been trying. I can't get past the first level of Caramel, and I've been trying for a while. I'm not against trying it. The one on the DS. Spears leveled up, shields level up. There's nothing in that room, I don't think, unless I missed something obvious there. I gotta get back to Shadow Labyrinth. There's a bunch of stuff that's on my, like, I want to beat list. Hades 2, I know I got in the Bollocks pit because it was a free weekend, but the problem with Hades 2 is I know as soon as I play it, I'm going to be playing it until I stop, so I wanted to find a good time to play it. I mean, right now I'm probably going to play Born and Bred until the end of June. And then, because then we have Rhythm Heaven, which I'll play for a bit. The Mermaid Mask is probably going to just be a stream, or if I don't beat it on stream, it won't take long, I don't think, for that game. And then, I still don't know on Splatoon Raiders. I want to like Splatoon Raiders because it's Splatoon. But as somebody who decided long ago with, like, Mario, like, I'm not going to buy every Mario game just because it has Mario. I'm not going to buy... I do buy every Zelda game, typically, besides the remakes, but that's because, like, that's, like, my favorite franchise, so, like, you know, you're allowed to have one. But the thing with Splatoon is I love Splatoon. I love Splatoon 2. I was very burnt on Splatoon 3, and I don't care about Salmon Run. and I didn't care about the Order DLC. And nothing about Splatoon Raiders is making me think it's anything other than just walk forward and shoot enemies. I would love for them to show me something that proves to me that it's not that. But so far, I haven't seen anything that has shown me anything else. And you can make the argument that Splatoon doesn't have all this, you know, interesting level design, like whatever. I'm not gonna disagree if you're not into like the Splatoon single player campaign in general. You know, that's personal preference. But for me, I liked the level layouts of Octo Expansion. I liked how they were quick, like little brief challenges that were a lot of like, you know, rail grinding or platforming or doing some kind of like task. I liked that. Here it just feels very much just attack guys and then keep attacking guys and then keep attacking guys. And Slurpy Fish is very good. Is it one of the fish horses? I mean, UFO 50 is straight up just a really good game collection, absolutely. Like, even if I don't end up... I said I was overpowered, but now I'm, like, underpowered in this dungeon. Even if I end up, like, not beating everything, there's gonna come to a point where I might need to make, like... I might need to make a concession where I'm like, alright, I'm gonna mark it as beat on my list. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to beat gold on every game. Like, get the credits on every individual game to count the entire collection as beat. But it might get to the point where I just cannot beat some of them. And if that happens, it's like, I don't want to just never, like, I've done a lot of, like, I've played almost, we're getting to like at least close to 200, if not already there. So you can't say I haven't been you know, I haven't earned my ending on that. I feel like I have. I've beaten multiple games. Some of them are just designed to be really obnoxiously hard. I think I already did the robot horse. The best part about the special horses is they get special photos. And I know Ride-On ads, the baby photos are all new, so. Yeah, the robot horse breaks down, which is unfortunate. Sword is leveled up, shield is leveled up, evasion is up, cool. Money. No, I guess we got, well, no, hang on. But I guess my question is, what is everyone's big game for that they're anticipating at this point? It could be 2027. Pick one game that you're anticipating, and I guess my answer is Beastie Ball. Well, okay, it's either Beastie Ball or, you know, I guess it's Fire Emblem. The thing with Fire Emblem is, like, I'm anticipating it, but I feel like it's not gonna be. I want a game that's going to change my life. Like, UFO 50 is kind of like that. UFO 50 is such a magical experience. And I feel like I'm worried that Three Houses was so, like, kind of like that. And that Fortune's Weave, I feel, is probably just going to be solid. I'd love to be proven wrong. But I feel like after, like... I feel like they've been kind of going through the motions recently. Maybe it's just because, I mean, maybe not. I guess the only one they really did was Engage, and I don't really know if that's, it's kind of going through the motions, but that was kind of the nature of that game in general anyway. But like, Shadows of Valentia, or Shadows of Almia, no, Shadows of Valentia was like pretty... How do I reduce... Okay, wait, no, I want... No, but that doesn't wear off after that. I felt like Shadows of Valentia was very unique and interesting as a movie. And I really liked what they were going for with Fates. And even though Three Houses kind of built off of that, it still felt like its own thing. So, you know, maybe I should be more excited. I guess the fact that it's in the same land as Three Houses, it's not the same land, it's the same world, does have me a little bit whelmed. Because personally, I'm someone who would be totally fine with them just doing an entirely new area, but that's not also a deal breaker. I think they could do something really cool with it too. In fact, I'm hoping they do. But Hyperfunk, that's the, yeah, that makes sense. Tomodachi, yeah, but I'm saying now, like, that's already came out. I'm saying, what's your most anticipated game as of this point? Like, now, like, that's why I changed it from 2026. I'm saying, like, what's your most anticipated game of coming up? What's your actual answer? Is it Blue Prince 2? Green Prince? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing with me saying Fire Emblem, right? It's like, I am anticipating Fire Emblem, but it doesn't feel like... Saying it's my most anticipated game feels like not the right answer, you know? No, but that already happened. I'm saying in the future. Nina's the only one that understood the assignment. Nina gets a gold star. The rest of you get failing marks. I'm joking. Well, I'm half joking. Yeah, I mean, I guess you haven't played that yet, so, like, that still counts for being anticipating. And that's kind of my point, I guess, is I feel like, say what you want about how there's a lot of, like, people keep trying to be like, oh, the Switch 2 has a lot of good games, and the Switch 2, there's, like, a lot of cool games coming up, and it's like, yeah, but no, like, I don't really feel like there's anything coming out that's super exciting, I feel like, you know? But I guess it could just be for our, like, group, because, like, there's many people who would tell you, actually, GTA 6 is the most anticipated game of all time. And, you know, probably, but... but I'm not one of those people. We're excited for the World Cup. Right, it's not physical, I guess, yeah. I do feel, wow, I've already drained most of my magic, unfortunately. I wish there was an easy way to get more magic in this game. I might need to warp out and, like, go revive magic, because I'm almost out of magic already. I don't know if I want to risk... I mean, it worked out fine, but I don't know if I want to risk going through this dungeon again with no magic, but... Like, there's no, like, heal spots in this game, unfortunately. But no, I feel worried, Pod, about going forward with, the Switch 2. Like, if you ever do get a Switch 2, it's like... physical media as being less and less acknowledged. I really liked Lorelei. Here's the thing you gotta keep in mind with me and Blueprints too. Like, you can say, oh, it's a roguelike, but as somebody, this is my mental state, and this is without giving any specific spoilers to Lorelei per se. As somebody who had played Tears of the Kingdom and was so burnt out on the puzzle is whatever the solution to the puzzle is whatever you want it to be. It can be whatever you want. You can just make it up on your own. And so over that realm of puzzling, but liking the idea of like open world puzzling of choosing the order for the puzzle, playing Lorelei and getting that at the end of the year on a year that didn't have, like, it ended up being my game of the year. I mean, okay, UFO 50 would have been my game of the year, but beyond that, there was no other games that even came close besides UFO 50. It was a good way to end that year. And then to play Blueprints and be like, okay, well, it's doing what Lorelei did, but then it has all these annoying things, like, that didn't work for me. So, both you and Summer will have been playing it the opposite order. And Summer, like, I enjoyed it more than Blueprints, but I will also say it's not like a direct, like, they're doing different things, too. It's just, the thing that I liked about Lorelei was the open nature of the order you can choose the puzzles, and I felt like that was something people liked about Blueprints that I just didn't really think I thought was done better with Lorelei. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a thing with me, too. That's why I've been trying to branch out to other stuff, with anime and stuff, to try to, like... I think I just need some sun. Yeah, I might have to, like, leave and come back, because these turtles are making it hard not to... I need magic. Stray Children I need to play more of. That's definitely a game I think, as much as I wanted to do it on stream, that's definitely a game I think I will not, if I was to keep streaming it, I would not be enjoying it on stream. Alright, can I don't know if I can even, I can't even teleport because my guy for teleporting does not have teleport. Alright, you know what? We're gonna do this. We are gonna leave. We're just... Look, I know I'm cheating, but, like, it's cheating for the sake of not driving, like... Normally I would just warp out, but I don't have magic to warp out, so... It's not really cheating. This is my teleporting at home. Am I getting lost? No, I'm good. Okay. This is just one big, like, spirally maze, though. How does this keep work also, by the way? I'm not really sure how it works. Like, you can still see the grass outside. Like, I'm not really sure how the construction of this building works. I can do this. Circle is really only for this one section because it's a long walk back if you don't use the chocobo. So we're gonna go all the way to the airship town. That makes the most sense. There we go. Oh wait, hang on. I need to heal first. That was the entire reason I came up here. This implies that you can, like... I mean, I guess you could argue this is the other set, but, like, it's funny that there's 4 beds here and 6 beds here. Like, it could imply that you could get more party members, but it's more weird that there's a room set up specifically for your party. Granted, I only have 3 guys right now, but... Well, no, I guess I do have 4 guys, because I have 4... what? Gordon, I think is his name. Gotta be more conservative with magic. If the guys can be taken out without magic, even if it takes a little longer, I'd rather just attack these guys. Because I need the magic for the turtles. Well, here's a question. Is there any movies anyone's anticipating? Is anyone here actually excited for Doomsday or whatever it's called? Doom O'Clock? What the hell is the... Also, apparently, this is a little off topic, but apparently, because you know how like Sonic and DC had the crossover with like toys and stuff, but apparently there's like a comic that has like Sonic and DC together, and apparently people are talking about it. Like apparently like Rouge seduces Lex Luthor or something. I don't know. Right, why isn't that the Acme vs. Coyote is coming out, huh? Why does it suck to like Marvel stuff? Did I have a Mithril Helm? Or you don't? I feel like you can probably say that about anything, and people can just suck it if you still like something that's being... Like, because here's the thing. If you want to say... You're not saying, by saying you're a Marvel fan, you're not saying, I support the direction Marvel's going in, or I think that they're making all the right choices. You're saying you like Marvel, which first off, goes beyond just the movies. But second of all, it's not, like, it's also including the past stuff and stuff as well. So even if you don't like the direction things are going in, or if everyone's like, yeah, Marvel's downhill, that doesn't erase what had already been laid out. So there's nothing wrong with saying you're a fan of Marvel. You're not gonna disappoint me for watching Doomsday. Like, that seems like... There's very few things that's, like... If you were to tell me you're going to actually, start a job where you're, making AI shit, then I would be a little bit like, yeah. But, like, tell me you're gonna watch a movie that, at best, maybe people think is, like, shit. Like, whatever. Like, that's not something to be ashamed of, I don't think. There are worse things you could be doing with your life than watching bad movies. Pawn does that every day. Like, Naran watches Survivor, and Summer and Zany watch Survivor, and I don't have any desire to watch Survivor. I don't really think bad of them for watching Survivor. The only exception to this is, like, there is a part of me that's like, and it's a double-fold thing, right? Where it's like, if you could be like, oh, well, I hate remakes, and I think people who support remakes suck. Kind of. It's like, I don't have an issue with people enjoying remakes, necessarily. The problem is, I have an issue with what supporting remakes financially does to the ecosystem of more remakes existing, rather. Whereas, I don't, like, so, but that's adding in a whole second layer. Like, the liking of the remakes is not an issue in a vacuum. The issue is that liking remakes and supporting them financially makes people make more remakes. And with Marvel, it's like, I don't really think that's even a concern right now, because maybe back in the day, but like, I don't think Marvel making money is, like, Marvel's not making as much money as they did before. So supporting a movie financially isn't going to really, I don't think there's really that aspect even exists with Marvel right now. There are examples where I do think, like, people are like, well, why can't you let people like what they want to like? And it's like, yeah, that's fine. But it's like, if people like microtransactions and then they continue to buy microtransactions and now suddenly everything has them, well, them liking it has affected me negatively on other products, right? And that's not their fault specifically, it's the system we live in. So there is a little bit of ethical consumeration, or consumering, or whatever. Consumption. Consumption is the word I wanted, not consumering, whatever the fuck that is. There's some ethical consumption when it comes to that, but like, there's also it's not black and white. There's two layers. There's liking the thing and supporting the thing. I might be like, hey, I really wish you didn't support that, but I wouldn't be like, oh, but you also shouldn't like this thing at all. I can separate the two. Maybe, I'm sure some people can't do that, but I definitely can separate the two. Anyway, point is, Sturm, we love you. You're allowed to like things that are bad. We just said earlier, you're allowed to you like things that are bad or good or whatever. When you're super sensitive and don't have high opinions of self and you have lived around... Yeah. But I think you've, like, gotten better at understanding, like, of healing from that a bit, honestly. I really do think. Because, like, it's totally understandable, but there's also, like, I think, you know, like, for me, when I'm critical, I'm not critical just for the sake of being critical. If I'm critical, I'm like, there's always a reasoning behind it. And there's a difference between being critical just for cruelty and being critical because you, like, there's critical kindness and critical cruelty. And I feel like I'm critical kind. I'm oversimplifying things, but when you watch Charlie Chan... well, that's the thing with reality TV, what I was getting to with the social thing in Aron, is I think reality TV, liking it, has affected society negatively a little bit, but that's not real. At this point, it's like, that's not, I'm not going to be like, Naran has ruined society because he watched Survivor. Like, that's, you know, early reality TV was really good. I think it's not entirely on the people for other people being stupid about it. Well, no one's perfect. Critical kindness, your life is shattered. No one's perfect, and also, like, you can't, nobody can expect to be able to magically, get rid of all their issues. It's like telling someone who's afraid of heights, oh, well, just, you know, just, or like, okay, telling someone who's afraid of a spider, like, who's arachnophobic, being like, well, it's more afraid of you than you're afraid of it. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't help me. like logic doesn't help with, like, I've had that with my family will be like, why are you getting in your head about stuff? Or, like, I really don't like calling people on the phone that I don't know. I get stressed about I put off appointments and stuff a lot of times because I'm really, like, doing anything outside my comfort zone or outside what I'm, like, that's outside my, like, routine still throws me off, so I put it off until I can't put it off, and I've gotten better at doing that, but, you know, I still do it. No one's going to magically be the best at everything. It's not something that you can do. People should celebrate making progress, even if you're not at the max. You should celebrate the number go up, not the number max. Everyone else is allowed to lose the other issues except for me. No, that's a self-esteem issue, and I've been there, and still am there also. And I'm telling you, you and me should, like, just, you should just not have self-esteem issues. I wish. I don't know where I was gonna go with something funny or something insightful, and instead I went with something nothing because I couldn't end that sentence in any good way. How are these guys were-rats? They're just kind of rats. There's not really anything were about them. You and I are going to team up to kill the self-esteem demon. Yeah, because there's no other people in the world that have self-esteem issues. We'll never find two other people, Sturm. They're a were-rat. You don't know where they came from. Because rat. Well, you know where they didn't come from. They didn't come from Alberta. I think it was Alberta. Everyone asks why werewolf, but nobody asks why wolf. I think White Wolf wasn't an Adventure Time pit. I'm sure it was. Did you know, I mean, from what I hear, fuck Paramount, but did you know, so you know how they're making an Avatar, or I think they made an Avatar The Last Airbender movie, or special, or whatever, right? That takes place after the series. You may know they're making a third Avatar series with the Avatar after Korra, who's an Earthbender, and I think it's real. And apparently, like, the world is, you know how like Korra's world kind of went to shit again after it was already saved by Aang. Well, now the world's gone to even more shit again, and it kind of makes me feel like this is where I say like series need to die. I hate it when series do this, where they're like, this bad thing happened, you spend the whole series like getting a little bit of hope, and then they make a new series and they just wreck everything again. It's like, I kind of just let the world rest. Like, we don't need another series where there's more problems. Like, they didn't break during Korra's. I thought Korra ended on a good note, or did it not? I don't think there's any computers. I think they went back to the Middle Ages, technology-wise. Yeah, but that happened in season 2. There were like 3 more seasons. I don't think there were 3 more seasons, but there were like 2 more seasons. What's the Werebuster do? Okay, but I don't have any people who use staffs. Yeah, that I already have, so... A buster that becomes human. Look, you want to talk about... You want a story that's going to make you feel better. So I played Board of Bread last night. And I was playing it for my good friend Summer. And... I had done it on the demo, right? And if you had watched the demo night, I accidentally deleted my save data for the demo because I was like... I was talking, I think, to people on stream, or on chat, and I just wasn't, like... paying full attention to what I was doing, so I accidentally deleted it, which, oh, remind me after this, Sneaky, or whoever, but I bug Sneaky for this, but whoever, send me a DM. I need to delete the save data for some of the other demos, and I don't think I did it for the second demo night. But anyway, for the first demo night, forgot to do it last night. I told somebody to remind me, and they didn't. So I deleted the save data, so I didn't have the save data for the demo, which is fine, because I think I missed some stuff in the demo anyway. So I go to play the game, and I'm playing it, and we're thinking that there's a lot of stuff, so I had to play through the whole demo section, and we're thinking there's a lot less battles, it feels like. I was skipping the tutorials, but Summer's like, yeah, there's less battles. So there was 2 modes. There was like normal mode, and then there was like burnt mode, which was like hard mode. And we were wondering if maybe the demo was in hard mode. So I quit playing, and I deleted that save data, and then went to play hard mode. And then I realized that no, it definitely wasn't hard mode, and hard mode was just annoying and not fun. And Summer's like, oh, we'll just start up your data again. I'm like, oh, I deleted it. So then I had to play through the demo. I ended up playing through the demo section like 4 to 5 times with everything all said and done. And I'm actually shocked that Summer didn't like go insane watching me do the same thing over and over again. So whenever you are having low self-esteem, just remember that at least you didn't play the same demo area 5 times in a row. I don't know where... Hang on. Where... Is this where I want to go next? I'm having a... This area is... getting me lost. Okay, that's a different... Okay, this should be the only way forward, right? I think I checked that door, I'm pretty sure. I think, right? I think I want to go down here. Anyway, Board of Bread is good. So far, at least. Board of Bread, sorry. It is, of course, Paper Mario. So if you hate Paper Mario, you will not like it. I'm trying to think what my go-to, like, game type that I just will never like no matter what. Because I feel like in general, there's some game types I'm not as big on, but there's exceptions, right? But is there one type of game that that you guys know I don't like at all? Okay, no, you're right, it is golf. But that's not even true, though, because I like Dream Course! Like, there's an exception there, kind of. Though, I guess you could make the argument that Dream Course isn't real golf. I'm also not big on driving games. And everyone loves mini golf. Nobody hates mini golf. Exactly. The thing with golf is I don't hate golf as a concept. I hate golf and how they A, do it in video games, and B, the fact that you have to win the tournament to win golf. That's my problem. Mini golf is fine in game form, but it is definitely better in real life. I was thinking about this, Naran, also, because Nina posted that thing about Ocarina of Time mini golf. I was thinking the only way that we would, I wouldn't get excited, but the only way that you would get excited for Ocarina of Time remake is if they announced it's actually just Link playing golf throughout Hyrule. Because I remember the whole conversation how you thought there was no reason why there shouldn't be a game where they just, like, you play golf in Hyrule. You just take Ocarina of Time and you just play golf in that game. Like, make it into a, like, make Hyrule Field into a golf course. Yeah. Yeah, your logic was there's no reason why they shouldn't just make a golf game that's just take the game, the old map of a game and just add golf to it. Which is not the word, like, I don't think is a bad idea, honestly. I don't personally have any desire for it, but that's because I just don't care about golf, but... What? Take the maps and just add fishing to them? Yeah. It's very interesting looking at what type of games came out at certain times, because there was a big push at one point for every game to just be like a bunch of fishing games all at once, you know. I should use my potion for a bit here. Like, what do you think is the big thing right now? It's probably like, what is the current game genre that everyone is trying to be right now? I don't even know if there is one. I guess Breath of the Wild. I guess it's open world games, huh? Is there really that many friendship games? Also, isn't Sekiro just Dark Souls? Well, what's the difference between Japanese Dark Souls and Dark Souls? Just the samurai aesthetic, I guess. They're making a sequel to that too. They're making Lies of P. Is it called Lies of P2? I actually don't know what I think I was only half paying attention. Everyone was telling me how there were so many big reveals last week, and I'm like, maybe, I don't know. Again, I think I just wasn't feeling... I don't like how spread out everything is nowadays, too, with the reveals. It's like this year wanted to be E3 and then also not E3, so it just kind of felt too much. But yeah, there really wasn't anything that I cared about, I don't think. Even Spyro, I'm like, yeah, I guess. Rise of PP. Inviting me to the watch party. I actually don't think you, I don't think you really said anything negative, to be honest. You didn't really react. Now wait until Blink 182. I'm pretty sure that joke has been made before. But people were telling me how, oh, they're like, the Summer Game Fest has such big reveals. Did it? I don't, like, I really don't know what was revealed in Summer Game Fest itself. The actual, like, event. That was a big reveal. Cuphead? I do think part of it's I just don't care about a lot of these games everyone else cares about. Especially the realistic games. Like, I do not like realism. You might not have known this about me. I don't even think Nintendo revealed anything, to be honest. I mean, I guess that, like, okay, just say they didn't reveal anything is not entirely true. Because they did reveal some stuff. Unfortunately, I do hate that people are like, oh, the leaks ruined the reveals. It's like, the only thing that was leaked was Ocarina of Time, and I'm sorry, Ocarina of Time being the big last thing would not have, like, it not being leaked wouldn't have actually made it suddenly a big thing for me. If anything, it would have made me more pissed to not know that ahead of time and to have that be the big reveal. I would have actually been probably like, what the fuck? More raw emotion. But I don't think they linked Switch Sports 2. They didn't link Genesis, as an by Genesis, so yeah, Final Fantasy 7. I hope they have a good ending. Raspberries are good. Gyromite 2. What about Ice Climber 2? The thing is, Switch Sports that's one of the ones that I'm like, and this is what I feel like with Nintendo in general, it's like, a lot of their games feel like they're checking off boxes a lot of times. Do I think Nintendo Switch Sports Resort is going to be a good game? Yes. Do I think it is an interesting game at all? No. It's very much, hey, we're going to make Switch Sports, but again or we're going to make Wii Sports Resort, but again on Switch. And that's fine. It's got, like, I do think the thumb wrestling, it looks funny. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I just want something, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want, honestly. Anyway. Oh! I'd heard there was a monster guarding Eagle's torch. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's a red soul. Okay. So that does heal. So does he only heal with... Okay. He heals with magic. Or wait. Can you only kill it with fire? This looks how I feel on a good hand of Solitaire. No, Warp also heals him. I don't know if I made this top box is doing very, very hot. I don't know if I'm supposed to have Fire Magic, if Fire Magic would actually, like doing regular attacks don't do much, but Magic also heals him, so... I don't want to experiment too much with spells to see what actually he's weak against. I'm hoping I'll do enough critical hits to, like... I have no idea what this guy's HP is. There we go. Oh, I did get a bunch of level ups there. So out of curiosity, what was the strat there? Looking it up, his bit is that he burdens all his small HP on big magic, then runs out. Okay, or small MP. So can you like kill him by just draining his, like sapping his MP? Then I was thinking that was a possibility, but I didn't want to risk doing that and healing him. Torch. So basically what I did then. Okay, wait, I want to look. Okay, we got everything in the keep. So I could just warp out then, right? Oh, I need you not to attack him. I didn't realize he was so weak. Thank you guys. I'm so glad you didn't attack him. I read that initially, Sturm, as these barriers are sour, but great texture, and I was like, what the heck are you talking about? What barriers are you seeing on screen? You like sour, though, don't you? Because don't you like lemons? I eat barrier magic. Okay. Sunfire moves to Eggle's torch. Now what? What did it just like grab it? I board him? So where am I supposed to go next, I wonder? I just want to get to this chocobo real quick. Well, I guess we could go to Cid's town and see what they say there. We could also go back to... Well, clearly we want to go blow up the Death Star, but I'm not sure where it is. So we could go back to the princess or whatever too, but I'm gonna go at least up to where Cid was. I mean, I assume that was his airship, so he might not be here, but somebody will probably be like, Cid ran away, or something. This is horrible. They're saying the Empire captured Princess Hilda, airship and all. She had an airship? You have to get back to Alterra and tell the rebels what's happening. Sorry, but the ship's already left for Paloom. Where was Paloom again? Alright, so we need to get back to the rebel hideout, I guess. I don't know if Cid is dead. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was that one or the other one. I couldn't remember if it was Paloom or Porum, which twin it was. Anime is dead. Title of video you'll probably find on YouTube, I guarantee you. I'm pretty sure if you search whatever / is dead, I'm sure you'll find an example video on YouTube of anything, of any like media. I guess that was I guess that was the town. Did that town also have the ship too? Which one had the ship? No, that had to have been the town that had, but that had the airship. Where's the town that has the boat that sails up here? Professional ping pong is dead. Never watching is dead. Honestly, could happen. I could see. Why is bird watching the thing that got popular? Like, I guess because there's just a lot of birds and there's a lot of variety of birds specifically. But like, there's never like, you know, squirrel watching or like. It's always bird watching. It's not like there's like mammal watching. Whale watching. I guess whale watching is a thing, huh? Did you see a whale? Oh, that was Topov. The Empire really captured Princess Hilda? Maybe I ought to join the Imperial Army while they're still... I do like that a lot of the characters do get new dialogue with current events. Like, that's something pretty revolutionary for the time, if it was like that in the NES. They've been saying the Empire has captured the Princess and Cid's airship. Lock, stock, and barrel. I guess they do make noise too. But you tell me squirrels don't make noise? They kind of make noise. I think people are really quick to be like, this is... Oh, I haven't seen this backdrop yet. This is a pretty backdrop. I don't think I've seen this backdrop. People love to complain about what's different from like the main series on games, but like it's weird also like what is socially acceptable, like what people determine is fine. Like Mario Bros 2 for the USA, maybe it's because of the whole Doki Doki Literature Club thing, but that game is very different, but has said a lot of stuff, has had big impacts on the Mario series, but nobody complains about it. They always celebrate that one. But Zelda 2, meanwhile, that has a lot of good ideas, that one gets like universally hated on. It's like just interesting. No, I didn't realize that I could have had that. Okay, well this, I could have done this a long time ago. What shield do I even have? Do I have the gold shield? But the Mithril shield is better than the golden armor? But wait, I thought I replaced the Mithril shield with... I thought I had a Mithril shield. I'm confused. This is worse. But it's telling me it's... I guess it's because it's... I could have 2 shields, I bet is what it's telling me. I don't... this is annoying, that it's hard to tell what's better. Okay, well we can buy this, and then 3 sets of gloves. Apparently he needs mithril armor too. Did I not have mithril armor for him? Apparently not. But why is it saying it doesn't increase for... Like, it clearly would increase it. Apparently not. Why is this silver, like, I'm confused. That's better than mithril, apparently. Whatever. Okay. Mithril gloves. Alright. I don't even know what to sell here. I don't even really need to... I guess I can just... I don't need to sell anything. Oh, I should look. Can I buy... I'm gonna buy a few of these things. So you have a cottage, okay. So we're gonna buy 2 cottages, I think. If the Dreadnought attacks again, we're finished. That's the Sunfire of Kashan. Princess Hilda! It appears the Empire has a supply base far to the north of Fynn. The Dreadnought may be docked there now. Use that Sunfire to blow up the Dreadnought. You just gotta save Princess Hilda! I tried to stop the princess from boarding the airship, but she wouldn't listen. To think she's been captured by the Empire now. The princess left Cid's airship to meet you at Kashan Keep. Looks like the princess is trapped inside the dreadnought. Please, you must rescue her. Cid's airship has been captured by the dreadnought and the princess with it. Well, the princess was captured, and of course, this is all your fault, too. You blow up the dreadnought? You couldn't blow your way out of a cloth sack. We remember to take screenshots also on doing this. North of Finn, okay. Because... you gotta have a southern guy. Princess felt bad about always sending you on such dangerous assignments. She thought the least she could do was meet you at Kashan Keep on Cid's airship. Please, please rescue my daughter. Okay. He's so going to not be alive. Okay, so we want to go north of Finn. Wouldn't Leon end up very underleveled, though, by the time we get him? Because we're already like halfway through the game, maybe. What do you mean this part acts with the map in a cool way? I guess I'll see in a second. Shadow never dies. Do you think I'm strong enough to go into Finn now, by the way? No, I didn't want to do that. Okay, well, there's Finn. Sorry, I'm not saying anything. I'm just kind of getting tired. I don't have a lot on my to-do list, but I kind of like... I do need to like do some cleaning and dusting and stuff. And mowing, but I might take a nap. And then that way I can be more awake in the morning to mow. Cherries. Or apples. They're good in the pie. I don't like the pits, but like, I don't like any fruit that it takes effort to eat. Like, I don't like oranges because you have to like, you can't, like apples are very convenient. You can just bite into an apple, and it's like it's an apple. Like it's no fuss, no muss. Bananas are very like yeah, you have to peel them, but they're very easy to peel. Meanwhile, you have peaches that if you eat them, they basically burst into a juicy fountain that sprays everywhere. They're so messy. Oranges, you have to have like a magic key to open an orange. Pineapples, like pineapples, you have to cut open. Pears are almost too hard. Like apples are the right, like they're very easy to bite into, and there's no fuss. Most berries are also pretty easy. The only thing that sucks with cherries is they do at the pits, but you can spit them out without too much issue. So do I just like do I loop around the bottom here? Blueberries are probably better than cherries, to be honest. The problem with actually, I probably wouldn't be as bad now, but the problem with pears is they just feel like pears are typically the ones I get are usually pretty hard to bite into. The thing is, there's different like okay, I don't know if you know this, but Red Delicious apples do not eat Red Delicious apples. They're the most gross apples ever. They breeded them for look, not for taste. But if you get like there's some good apples that are nice and soft, like Macintosh and stuff. There's some really good apples. No, they're red. They're not even really red either, like burgundy. I mean, I guess I technically could have just gone south from where I was, right? I didn't need to like do this. Burgundy Terrible is a selling name. It is a good horse name, though. What, is there like a big wall or something? Okay. I mean, I kind of assumed, but... Ogres can't be mages, also. That's just not a thing they can do. They're not capable of it. I know we've had these guys on screen multiple times, and this is the first time I've noticed their name, but... So what is stopping me from going up this way? Can you just not cross the desert? Oh yeah, no, this is not. Okay, hang on. We can't. We're not supposed to be here. We went too far up. Actually, this is bad because now. Well, no, I have life now, so this is fine. I guess I can just real save here. Well, this and also, I don't know if you need like a pod racer to go across the desert. You're right, Gordon wasn't going to die. I feel like, you know, it's like a 2D map, but I feel like less game, not enough games really interact with the fact that most plant worlds should be taking place in a sphere. You know what I mean? Like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all planets have to basically be spheres because of gravity, right? Or something like that. Well, what do you want? I'm gonna use the pass, right? I might not want to be attacking this. Yeah, no, I think I want to use the pass. Hang on. I don't think I do have this. Imagine just going up to like the Empire, just saying that you're rebels. Totally a good idea, right? It is definitely winnable. I don't know how much HP this guy has. I mean, you're definitely supposed to give him the pass. But so I just iced his ass. But now aren't I gonna have to fight all these other guys though, probably? Got a curiosity. Well, what would happen if you gave him the pass? Would you have to talk to him? Or could you talk to them at that point? What was I taught to him? Do you think he's gonna say Rebel Cur? Place your like honestly, do you think he's going to say Rebel Cur? He might not. What if he doesn't? Yeah, but what if he doesn't? problem with society is we don't talk to people anymore. We just assume that they're going to shout Rebel Cur at us. And for all you know, someone could be actually like a chill dude if you got to know them. Rebel Curs. I mean, I think I can flee from this one because it's like not a boss battle. No, I can't escape. I mean, honestly, this is probably good leveling. Only thing is I'm running out of magic here. This guy only has bow 3? I mean, you bow 3. I don't know if I'm over leveled, but I definitely can handle these guys now. Oh, he's just still there too. Okay. Hang on. I think I need to. Did I only buy 1 10 or did I buy 2 10s? You were for sure power level on these guys. I mean, here's the thing. Should I? Is it worth doing that or no? You're 2 10s. Yeah. I don't think I need to, like, grind on them. Alright, well, let's do... I don't know why. Why do we have, like, a pavilion? We have, like, some, like... Or, like, what's that called? A pagoda. No, not pagoda. What's the word? Now... That was funny that I just, like, I knew I needed the pass, but I was just like, what would happen if I said the Rebel passcode? Like, what, you know, what's the worst that was gonna happen? Gazebo. Probably gazebo. Stop blinding me with science. They are cool now. So we don't want... Werepanther. Okay. So we do not want to talk to any of the soldiers. But what if one of them, like, drops some, like, hot lore about the world if we happen to talk to them? So is there, like, something down there? I assume there is. There's 10 chests. Hey Chad, is this the way forward though or not? Because I'll go up if I need to go up. But this to me seemed like it could be an extra thing. how do I get in there? I can't break this. This is the yacht club. Is there any hint of this being a thing that you do here? No, it definitely does. To be fair, we already had hidden... The beavers taught us about hidden walls, to be fair. Imagine putting, like, this is very funny, though. It's like, oh, we gated up this thing, and you can just walk through, like, it's just big... Like, from our perspective, we can't see it. But from their perspective, this is this big, gaping hole that they pass before they even get to the gate. Like, it's like, yeah, well, we can just go this way. Oh, there's nothing even... There's just... Well, we'll probably get something from this, I imagine. Oh, God. Hang on. I might want to just do regular. We want to attack these guys. Get rid of these guys. This is gonna be... Are these like as strong as the other guys? I feel like this might be pretty deadly, actually. They're not doing nearly as much damage, so... Should have bought more cottages, apparently. I mean, maybe I can use regular attacks against them, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, I can use regular attacks against these guys. Those other guys were not taking any regular attacks. Well, aren't they blue, though? It is very interesting, like, obviously this is not a one-to-one comparison to what the NES version looked like, but sprite size I think it mostly is, and it is very interesting to be like, to see this, because I have played all the SNES ones at this point, and all the enemy designs in that are like these big massive, like, pretty big, and then like the bosses are these big massive things, and everything is a lot smaller in this game. They're green, okay. Sleep Blade. I assume it has a chance to... Blade that puts foes to sleep. Yeah, sure, okay. Pixel Unmastered. I think they just called a port. Yeah, 8 guys just in a chest. Blade that always sleeps. Now, and if ID made every modern game, would you play them? If I like took like, I took Breath of the Wild, but I made an NES version of Breath of the Wild, they did that also. But if I took, if I just called the Legend of Zelda. If I took, like, any modern game you could think of and I made it NES, would you play it? $600 gil, okay. That's a nothing room. I will get enough forewarning before I like, will I know when I'm hitting progression in this dungeon if I want to get all the chests? I don't think anyone or if they have, they never finished it, at least Bond. I feel like I would have seen it if they made a 7 and 6 style. I am sure they, like, attempted to make it, but... I'm unsure. I would believe that, but I don't know for sure on that. Okay, hang on. Hey, chat, do any of these rooms have secret passages to the right on them before I just dismiss all these doors as pointless? Am I still live also? Okay, I just froze in my preview. I think I'm still live. So, well, I didn't get trapped in there, though. That's the only thing. But is there any, like, secret wall in any of those rooms? I guess no. Are you complaining about Alex Kidd? Is that what you're saying? Okay, well, I just figured I'd ask. Oh, about 999. I'm just complaining about blueprints. I think Pon just likes games with doors. There is probably actually enough evidence that Pon's favorite genre has doors. This is an entirely semi-baseless thought that I've just decided upon. Door likes. Consider Door though. No, it was Nina who played it. It's a game that you would see me playing, but I already played it on my own. I mean, I'm the one that bought Nina the game, so... I think I bought Nina... I think that was a gift for Nina for helping me do speedrun practice. I think that's what it was for. It was for something. I was being obnoxious and I was like, Nina, here's a free game. Doors were quite informative to my high school iPhone experience. And then Nina got a bunch of games, and I'm like, maybe and then it's like, well, okay, if I keep buying Nina games, she'll never... She has too many games, but no games. Can't play all the games. Games are an easy gift for me to buy people, but the problem is they have to finish the games. Otherwise, they just get a pile of games to finish. I can't tell which is the way forward here. Infinite games, but no games. You did finish Tingle. At this point, actually, I'm trying to think. Has anyone I gifted games... Has everyone I've gifted games beaten their games? I don't think entirely. I still have to finish... I need to play... I put it on the poll a few times, but I didn't win. I gotta play Game Dev Tycoon because Sturm gifted me that. But I think that might be the only one on top of my head. Well, okay, no, there's a few. Summer's Knuckle Sandwich and Summer's Utter a Name. Though that one I have legitimate like reasons for not wanting to play that one, because that one, for some reason, games made in Godot seem to not be efficiently made, and however they designed it, they did not. It maxes out my GPU to 100, which is insane. I don't know what they were doing when they made that game, but they needed to like not do that. But I'm trying to think of all the games I've get to people. Is there any left that I didn't? Cause yeah, Sturm's working on Pocket Card Jockey. What else have I gifted you, Sturm? Anything? I don't know if I've even gifted you any other games. Nina just has the 999 collection, I think. I don't think I think Nina's beaten every other game I've gifted her. All right, yeah, no. Naron will never finish Epic Mickey because he needs his TV he needs to get a new TV. I don't think I gifted you anything else because I gifted you that and you hated it so much that I'm like, well, I'm never going to give him a game again. That's not even true. I'm exaggerating. You didn't even hate it, but I did find there was better gifts to give you, which is mostly emotes. Custom emotes. Dark bow. I don't have a bow. Or I don't have anyone that's using bows. I will say, though, I did see, not in the Halloween aisle, but I saw just regular Goldenberg peanut chews at my local store again. And I was very much considering sending them to you for this month. And I don't think you would, like a small bag like that, I don't think you would have been too mad, but I was like, I don't want them to get too... Okay, question. Is rescuing them progression, or should I go get chest first? I like giving people gifts, honestly. My mom was like, I got her some earbuds, and she's like, I love these fucking earbuds. And I'm like, she didn't say fucking, but, she's very happy with the earbuds. Does lower my magic interference. What does magic interference even mean versus magic defense? So I can do it, is what you're telling me. No one can know. Maybe makes magic miss. I do generally think the Goldenberg Peanut Chews is one of the funniest things I've read online. Like, honest question, if I sent you a small bag of Goldenberg Peanut Chews, would you object to that once? Why can't I unlock this one? Anime, I meant to meet you at Kashan Keep, but things didn't go as planned. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Let's say the thank yous for later. I'll head for the airship with the princess. You find the engine and toss the Sunfire in. Got it? I'm gonna get the airship ready for takeoff and don't plan on waiting around long. Okay. The funniest thing was you had been talking about it, and then I just happened to see it one day, and I posted the picture, and you were like, "What the fuck? They do exist." I would only be mad so far as that it's food waste. You don't know that. What if you actually ended up liking them? Or are you one of the? I can't. You might. Are you one of the other people who are allergic to peanut? Because there's I have like too many friends that are allergic to nuts. I think you were one of those people. It's just that Summer has usurped nut allergies in that I only think Summer is allergic to nuts because they're the only one that complains about it. to the point that I have decided that only Summer is allergic. I can eat peanuts, but not actual... Well, peanut chews should be fine then, right? But I don't eat candy. That's not true. You eat M&M's, and... I think M&M's are like... Yeah, they should go. And Kisses. Kisses. Look, I know what the best snack would be to send you. If I sent you a bag of potatoes, you'd be like, well, I'm not gonna not eat these. Like, you would definitely... Like, there's some snacks that if I sent you, you would just eat and be like, yeah, okay. High potion, low potion. 4 more, okay. Having 2 people that can do double attacks is honestly pretty good. I'm actually really happy with my double knife Maria. ... I think she's actually pretty sick. Maybe she would have survived if she had 2 knives. I'm just saying, I'm somebody that you could definitely send me a gift and I would not complain. But I also like to give people stuff too. I'm not like one of those people who are like, oh, just give me stuff, and then they don't do any reciprocating. I like to give people gifts and I like to get gifts. I like both. I'm basically Santa. But not Santa from 999. I'm gonna get you a cursed amulet. What about Santa from Bad Santa? I never watched that movie, partly because it was called Bad Santa. I wasn't really into those kind of comedies. I assume no, considering that I'm pretty sure he's a bad Santa. I don't actually know what happens in that movie, but I can tell you that I don't think he's a good Santa. I'm basically the reindeer. What does that mean? In this, are you saying that you help me give gifts, but you don't want, like, you just eat oats? Is that what I don't? Which reindeer, though? There's so many of them. If you were one of Santa's reindeer, this is one of those, like, magazine trivia quiz or personality quizzes. If you were one of Santa's reindeer, which reindeer would you be? or I guess it's more like a dating show question. Bachelor number 1. If you were one of Santa's reindeer, which reindeer would you be? It's like, yeah, that's really gonna tell you anything about whether you're gonna fall in love with this person. I guess canonically, Chopper does deliver gifts. I guess canonically, it's canonically in a different universe, but because he does deliver Santa's gifts in Edo, Japan, in that one special set in the past. Bachelor number 1, do you speak Beaver? What is my magic looking like? It's okay. Oh, they had a gold guard out. Like, where did that gold guard come from? Are they saying I can't leave at this point? 'Cause I assume I can't beat that guy. Yeah. That's like the Dark Knight, right? But I bet I need to go and blow things up first. Notice that the narrator says that you know Dasher and Dancer, but then ask if you recall the most famous reindeer. Makes no sense. Dasher is the most famous. Well, he's like secretly famous. He's like he's famous and he's not well known, but like he did a really important thing. Here's a question, too, I just thought of for no reason. The logic being, I don't know what my logic is, but I trust you that my brain had a... my brain is not just jumping to a random topic. I had a reason for why I just suddenly had this thought. But you're not going to understand what the thought process was, because I don't really know what the thought process was. Anyway, is there any food that you used to eat as a kid that you just don't eat anymore? Not even because, oh, you hate it now necessarily. You just don't. Because I was thinking about how I used to have, like, chicken salad, like, wraps a lot. And I would still eat them, but I just don't anymore. Asparagus, artichoke. You can't just eat ketchup and mustard. I mean, I guess you can. You used to eat a lot of Nutella sandwiches, yeah. Like, so this is like like just things that like there's not even a reason why you stopped. You just stopped. I think I used to eat sandwiches and marshmallow fluff for a brief moment, and then I'm like, why am I doing this? Because I didn't really like marshmallow fluff. I haven't had like a crunchy peanut butter sandwich in a while. I wouldn't be opposed to having that. That's understandable. I'm doing the reverse of broccoli now, where I decided to just start eating it until I don't think it's bad anymore. What, just like trying to power through? Here's my thing with broccoli. I think broccoli is fine. What I don't like about broccoli is that it is in every, like, if you have any frozen meals, it's like the go-to inclusion for, and even not frozen meals. Like, the grocery store will have a lot of these packaged meals that have, like, a vegetable included. It's always broccoli. It's always broccoli, broccoli, broccoli. I'm so over broccoli. I don't need broccoli in everything. It's fine, but it does not need to be the vegetable. That's my issue with it. Like, steamed broccoli, pretty good. Broccoli, you know, tastes good. But I don't need everything to be broccoli. If everything's broccoli, nothing's broccoli. Yeah, but okay, if I'd be okay with green beans, I like sugar snap peas a lot. Like, I don't like regular peas, but I like sugar snap peas. Spinach is good. Asparagus, zucchini, those are my good. Asparagus and zucchini are the best. I don't hate green beans, but I think sometimes green beans can be a bit too much for me too. But not as bad as broccoli in terms of how much they get used. Well, I'm thinking like cooked sugar snap peas, not so much raw. Oh, you mean raw? No, I've seen people do raw broccoli though, because like I've seen people do vegetable trays and raw broccoli is included occasionally. You weren't talking to me, okay? Squash is fine, but I like zucchini, so. Yeah, I've seen people do even like cold sugar snap peas on a vegetable tray occasionally too. For the longest time, I was like, I hated French onion dip, but the reason I hated it was not because of the taste. It's because my awful stepdad would eat Lay's chips with French onion dip, and he would like get it all. He would like it would just smather all over his beard, and it was like gross. And so like my brain didn't like the concept of it because of that, not because of the actual taste at all. But I think I've had it since, and it's like fine. It's like I was hating it for not the right reasons. Same thing with like wrestling or hockey. Like basically, a lot of the things he did, I kind of like did not like because I didn't like him. Take it from me, you have to take away cool things from you. Yeah. You need to like put bad things you don't like on cool people instead. Honestly, I wish I could eat like vegetables like chips. Like I've tried doing that with celery's the closest, but even then I like need to have like blue cheese usually. I could eat celery without it, but like, I mean, celery is also like a nothing vegetable, really. It's mostly just wada. But, but the problem is, like carrots I've tried doing, I can never like, it's never a consistent thing I can do with them. Honestly, chips, like tortilla chips and salsa is probably not a bad thing to have as a snack. Well, guacamole, but I think guacamole is actually kind of rich. I never got into hummus. My mom would have hummus. I was never into hummus. Like I tried it, it was fine, but I was never. It wasn't my. It's not my like go-to. I feel like. I can't tell if I'm, like, doing well with the leveling up or not here. She's at level 8 on knives? How is she so high on knives? Speaking of, does anyone remember Tang? Okay, wait, so... This should be all of them. Trident. Main Gosh. What was this again? It's like a glove, right? No. Oh, it's a knife. Okay. Yeah, might as well. My evasion is going to be so high with her. Monsters, okay. Oh, this one might be old. Hilgigas is, scary. Yeah, Hilgigas is very scary.
better do this. See if you can get rid of these guys, I guess, first. That's that guy. I mean, we can see how much this... See how much physical damage works. Well, not even just 2 Jews and a giant. Alright, yeah, they're definitely not doing as much as magic would do. Now that magic's doing a lot, but more than... Try not to drain all our magic if I can help it. And now he's not even attacking at this point. There we go. Tang I remember the commercials for with the orangutans. Get it? Because they're, you know, orangutans. Marie is like my best character right now, I think. Oh, did I put him to sleep with the sleep blade? That's, I didn't realize, because he wasn't zizzing. Stun Tome. That's new, I'm pretty sure. Ice Shield. Well, you gotta have the Ice Shield. Yeah. I mean, it's about the same, but, you know, you can't not have it. You're the Ice guy. What was Stun? Man, we have... How do I want to sort this. I don't know who I want to teach. This is black magic, though. Maybe I'll just save it for now. Did not find the stun seed. I saw YouTube poop with the tank commercials. Giant's helmet. So that should be everything for this area, then. Okay, so we can just leave now. Look at her! She's doing so much with the one knife is doing so much more damage, though. Was the giant helm also gives you more physical? Is that what it does? I will do that. I didn't know if it had other abilities. Oh yeah, 10 plus strength. Yeah. No, it should definitely go to him. Look, that's not true. He's doing other things. He's helping. Also doing quick save. See, look, he's gonna use silence. He's gonna do his only spell. Do you like that I'm just using an axe and, like, just using 2 different weapons for no reason? I probably should just use double axes, but, like, whatever. Like, imagine if someone in battle was attacking you, and they were doing one hand with a giant axe and one hand was a spear. Like, first off, not only is that awkward to attack with, those 2 weapons combined, but also, you wouldn't want to fuck with that person. It would not be effective, but if they were making it work, then they would be very scary. Great Knight from Fire Emblem. But they don't do it at the same time, they like switch off, don't they? I think this is supposed to be like a maze. Yeah, I think you're supposed to go like you can fight these guys, but I think you're supposed to not. I mean, honestly, I think I probably could at this point. But I just don't think it's probably worth it. I think I did that there was an area in Born of Bread that I think I wasn't supposed to go into early, but I didn't have any trouble with it. So I got to a point where I was just attacking one enemy and leveling up 100 points and getting a level up in one battle, which I'm like, okay, I'm probably not supposed to be here. I mean, I could do double axe. I didn't expect this game to have so many other characters. Like, I think I knew somebody sacrificed himself, though I honestly thought it was Minoru. Though I think he might sacrifice himself later still. But I also, like, I didn't know Gordon was a thing. No, he might die. He's a white wizard. White wizards. Name any media where the white wizard lives. Switch over to the next area where they're dummy strong, so you can just chill in like these 2. Yeah, well, that's basically what I've seen with like the desert area and stuff. Gandalf didn't survive. Yeah, and then he came back as a ghost. No, he was a ghost. You don't come back in white robes unless you're dead. Angels, ghosts. If you have died and then you come back wearing white, you are dead, my friend. I don't have enough covenant. I also don't have. I'm literally pulling this out of my ass. I could be. I think I'm probably wrong. But it is true that typically if you come back with white robes, you are probably dead. It's very interesting that Lord of the Rings is probably definitely the origin of most modern fantasy, and I have no desire to read or watch Lord of the Rings personally. I'm gonna be wearing all white. No! My good friend Sturm, who's dead. Did you not see the episode where Squidward died? One watermelon straight from the manure field. How do you feel about Maze of Soldiers? Like, technically speaking, I could just take a shortcut. Honestly, I probably should have just taken a shortcut. Beating one of these guys probably is easier than trying to find my way through this maze. I don't hate this game's dungeon design so far, though they are all mazes. Yeah, if I still had... I don't have enough magic anymore is the problem. Because I'm far enough in the dungeon. Yeah. I don't know how it compares to the NES, to the first game. So I can't really speak in terms of how they compare to that, but I don't hate them. Do you think these guys are good at their job or bad at their job? They're kind of just letting us walk through their hideout. What they say in the intro, these guys are youths, right? How old are these guys? Are they like kids? Teenager-ish. Probably like Japanese teenager-ish though. Like, I don't know if it's maybe I don't think it's the dub doing it. Maybe it is, but it is funny watching like something like Yu Yu Hakusho, and like, if you were to watch that and not know anything about the show and just watch it and see the character designs and watch how they act, you would be like, oh yeah, they're like high schoolers, almost graduating high school. Nope, they're in middle school. They're middle schoolers. Like, no, I'm sorry. Yusuke Urameshi is not a middle schooler with how he deals with things. He's definitely more like high school. Though it could be a case of Japanese schools being slightly different than American schools, but I think even then it's still a little off. I gotta see. What if it just happened to talk to me? You don't know. Hey, Ancient, tell me about Mythril. So guy is 16, that makes sense. You throw the Sunfire into the engine. What have you done? The engine! That voice. Oh yeah, I told you. That's Leon. They brainwashed him. There's no time, Maria. The ship will... What this game... This series loves to have evil knights that are people brainwashed. Kane. This... Probably other ones that I can't think of. There's no time, Maria. The ship will blow up any minute. We have to get to Sid's airship. Golbez. Yeah, I guess technically 4 has 2 of them. Yeah. What is this music? No, I don't get on Kane for being a traitor. I think, like, his name is Kane, so you assume it's worse than it is. And he's dressed, like, in the edgiest ever. But when you actually watch it, you're like, no, like, he's not that, yeah. Well, the general public doesn't actually know what... I don't think the general public has played Final Fantasy IV. The thing you realize that you start to get less annoyed with people's opinion... Well, you get annoyed, but in a different way, is when you realize that people are just wrong, like... They just assume things that are wrong that they hear other people talk about, and then they just decide that that's what that thing did. Like, it's more frustrating in a different way, but then it's like, okay, well, they don't actually hate it, then they're just stupid. Like, it's not that I have bad taste, it's just they're idiots. Okay, well, technically speaking, he is a traitor to the Empire. So are you, for that matter. Make everyone smarter. I should be the dumbest person. No, you're so smart. What am I doing here? I guess we'll just go... Well, hang on. Do I need to heal? Look, it's, what was his name? George Carlin, who said, imagine how dumb the average person is, and then realize that half of the society is even dumber than that. Yeah, it is depressing. The thing is, people are like, oh, if you're like somewhat intelligent, everyone's like, oh, you know, you're kind of conceited and stuff like that. No, you know what's the worst thing is being smart and knowing stuff, or knowing how things that make sense, and not being able to do a shit about it because everyone else doesn't agree with you. Like, you know, like, it's just like, well, fuck. It'd be like, imagine you're in an escape room with like the dumbest people ever. And you know exactly how to solve the puzzle, but everyone disagrees with you, and then you're just stuck, and then you just die, because that's how life can be sometimes. When, not even that you're the smartest person ever, but when you like when you know what you're talking about, and everyone else just won't believe you despite them being wrong. Especially when it's like something of your, like, that you're in your wheelhouse, something that's in your, that you, like, your profession or something. It's even worse. So. The princess is safe and well. I wish the same were true of the king. The princess is safe and well. I wish the same king. I wish the same was true of the king. It's just terrible. The king's condition has taken a sudden turn for the worse. The princess is safe as well. I wish the same were true for the king. I blew up the dreadnought, did you? I always knew you had it in you. Weren't you the guy that was saying I was fucking stupid? It's just terrible. The king's condition has taken a turn for the worse. It's just terrible. The king's condition has taken a sudden turn for the worse. I tell you, H9 isn't real. Oh, it was you. Oh no, yeah. I always knew you had it in you. Fuck off. Fuck that guy. I keep forgetting to, like, take screenshots also. I'm gonna have to, like, replay this game and take screenshots for my blog. Hee hee. What? 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 Why is she laughing at her dead dad? Oh, I guess her dead dad's over here. Gordon, Minwoo, and Anime. I have one last request to ask of each of you. Please listen carefully. Gordon, you've grown so strong. I want you to lead our army. Do all you can to help Hilda. My liege, I swear it on my very life. Wasn't his brother the one that was in love with Hilda, and then he just felt he sucked, but now he's like... I do like his character arc. For as simple as it is, for the NES, pretty cool. Minwoo, you know of the legend. The legend speaks of the ultimate magic that was sealed away. The seal may only be broken when the world stands at the brink of destruction. I believe the time has come. Do you agree? Yeah, and then he's gonna die. I do. The time to break the seal binding the Ultima Tome is upon us. Anime, I would have you go to Diest, home of the Dragoons. I was told that all of the Dragoons were slain in an attack by the Empire. Yet I refuse to believe there are no survivors in so noble a group. If we were to stand against the might of the Empire, I am convinced that we will need the Dragoons and their wyverns. Has any... Is this the only game that has, like, okay, I guess we had, like... So Dragoons are supposed to be like knights that ride dragons, right? But that hasn't happened in any Final Fantasy that I played, right? I don't think. It might have happened in other ones, but, like, Kain doesn't have a dragon, I don't think, unless I'm forgetting. First Ultima, first Dragoons. So many things were, like, origins here. Yeah, which would be cool if they actually get to see them ride dragons. The only one that you actually ride dragons in that I played is 5. And they just are, like, kind of there. I would imagine the MMOs make sense that they would, yeah. Take care of Hilda. Your Majesty! Do you love that everyone in this universe just fades out of existence when they die? We should save our tears for another time. We must carry out the king's last wishes. We each have our duties. Let's let them not go unfulfilled. We lost our king. We've lost our king. Hee hee. Hee hee. Why is she hee-heeing? Why is she hee-heeing? We've lost our king. We've lost our king. Diest, you say? It's an island kingdom located in the sea east of the snow plains. To get there, you'll have to take a ship from Paloom and sail south. We've lost our king. When the Emperor first moved against Diest, we dismissed the attack as a mere skirmish. But the Emperor feared the power of the Dragoons. He meant to wipe them out. So I don't need this. I just will always have this pass then. Deist? Okay. Some say the Dragoons can speak the language of the Wyverns. If you go to Deist, you may find Wyverns that yet live. A Wyvern would make for a most advantageous ally. You should visit the port of Palum and seek out a ship to take you to Deist. Why can't we use an airship? Okay, but this, but why is what? Deist nuts. What? What is the point of this? I don't understand. Why did Hilda go from being the ruler to just standing in this room and going hee 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 hee? We lost our king. I want to ride a wyvern and fly through the air. We've lost our king. His Majesty's passed away, hasn't he? I like how most everyone is like, holy shit, our king is gone, or are they telling us where to go next? And then these guys are like, yeah, fuck wyverns, yeah. We love dragons. Dragons rule. They are kids, but there were other kids there too. Alright, we're gonna go... I imagine this is probably a decent stopping point. Look, again, I was trying to do 4 sessions. Is this, from what you remember, on track for 4 sessions? This would be about halfway. It's a little early. I definitely can go for another half hour, so I might be making my way to the Wyvern place anyway. Because I start at 8, so technically I usually go for 5 hours at least. But I'm going to at least make my way towards there. Whether I do more, I don't know. But, I mean, I don't have to go for 5 hours exactly, but I'll at least get to the port. So this is this so this is go south, right? You be looking for passage to Deist, are you? Well, this will be your lucky day. It just so happens me ship was about to leave for Deist. Be you wanting a ride? Doesn't this seem a little too convenient, anime? Doesn't... Me when the anime is too convenient. Maybe it is, but there aren't any other ships going to Deist. We're just going to have to trust her. Me name's Leela. I'll be waiting outside the city for you. We'll weigh anchor as soon as you're set to go. They just go to Poft. Heading to Deist. Can't help you. Try someone else. I cannot, I won't be able to pronounce it now at all, by the way. We're just gonna call it the D-Town. Heading to D, are ya? Can't help you. Try someone else. Alright, I guess we can just head out here. Trusting pirates doesn't say much for your space you got between your ears. We'll spare you lives for now, but your loot be ours now. What's this? Is it a fight you be wanting? You really are stupid. Get 'em, boys. Final Fantasy loves pirates. Everybody loves pirates. I guess. What are these guys? Oh, okay, boss. I guess it's only 5 in this. Is there? I guess no. I guess 9. They're thieves, not really pirates. Is there any other pirates in Final Fantasy that I have played? Well, yeah. I assume that the MMOs, typically, anything I'm asking is either in the MMOs. Just by the nature of those games. Okay, but I haven't played one yet. It's kind of funny because, like, for high fantasy, pirates are not typically high fantasy. I don't know if this is a Japan thing, but, like, when you think of high fantasy, pirates aren't really high fantasy. But in a lot of Japanese things, they absolutely are always almost there. I also think, like, how Japan got high fantasy is also why you see a lot of, like, sci-fi mixed in with high fantasy from Japan, which isn't something you would see here without the Japanese influence. I need people to love all the games equally. I'm gonna keep plugging my stream. Which stream? Enough! I know when I'm beat. Go on then, do what you're gonna do and be done with this. Ah. What are ye up to? You want to fight the Empire together? A bunch of outcasts like us fighting right alongside the likes of ye? I like the sounds of that. To your post, boys. Whether it be Deist or the edge of the world, we'll get you there. I do like that they're like, hey, do you want to go beat up some assholes? And they're like, she's like, hell yeah, fuck yeah. We're pirates. We do what we want. Layla joined the party. This really is just Final Fantasy 4-2. You know, as much as like people joke about, oh, Final Fantasy 4 was named 2. You know, it really is. They really do have the same kind of origin. 2 and 4 are the same cloth, 1 and 3 are the same cloth, and then 5 merge them together to be, like, take everything that Final Fantasy had done up to that point and merge it. And so there's not a surprise why Sturm likes 5. And then 6, like, just pushes it more in store. 6 takes what was already laid out, refines it character-wise, and then pushes it into more high story. And then 7 just takes that and runs with it. 7 and then 8 tries to be a bit more experimental in its story and world. 9 harkens back to the old days, and then 10's like, no, we're going back with what we're doing with 10, but further. And then 11's an MMO. 12 is what if we were Star Wars again? I don't actually know. I don't know much about the later ones. Where am I going? Where do I actually want to go? So does this mean I can always go in the ocean if I had, like, no matter where I am now? Do I want to go that little thing at the south there, or do I want to go this way? Northeast. It's an island, though. There's no island northeast. This is northwest. Fireling looking at? Oh, hi Q, I didn't know you were still around. Only because usually it's a little bit late. But hi. That's the only thing I hear about 15, is that it's just bros on a road. Well, what's over here? Okay, so we'll come back here later. This is a good song. Man, they love Miss. This is 4 before they're not set in the same universe, right? Because pretty much there's not a single numbered Final Fantasy that's set in the same universe, right? There's like sequels within. Finally getting around to finishing my Rosenbaum playthrough. Well, okay, but I mean the numbered Final Fantasy. I'm saying there's like spin-offs or sequels that are set in the same universes. But like there's no numbered Final Fantasy that is set in the same universe as another numbered Final Fantasy, is what I'm saying. Like whereas Fire Emblem, even though Fire Emblem's technically not numbered, but people like to think it is. Whereas like with Final Fantasy or Fire Emblem, there are definitely mainline series that are set in the same universe. You got a dagger and a long sword. Okay. I could give her a bra. I have plenty of those, so why not? I kind of want to steal your gold hairpin, though. Like, actually... Actually, I think I'm putting this on Maria. Because she's the lightning girl. 10 and 8 are, but I think they're incorrect. I don't know enough about 8 to be able to say, but where do you mean the one in the top right? Is that what you're saying? Why did we head south to go to the right then? So you're telling me that I just basically made Layla at home? Pretty much. Knives, Thunderspell, purple hair. Were you laughing when I decided that without knowing anything about Layla? I just kind of like, I wasn't like, I just was like, oh, this would be cool. Well, what's this island down, way down there? I guess I should go down there anyway, because I'm going to end up going down there anyway. This game does have interesting map navigation, because I don't feel like they do the looping in really any other game. Not to this extent. Like, it makes sense, because you're traveling the globe. But, again, most games don't really... Most games treat the world like it's flat. So is this... Hey, Chaz, is this optional, or should I not be here yet? You technically can go there now, but it's a dungeon, you'll definitely go there later. You know, yeah, I just didn't, yeah. But for time's sake, but you could with no punishments or out leveling. Alright, so if I'm gonna go here later, I might as well just wait. But I probably could handle it, is what you're telling me. Hail Diver! Dude, after playing Brimstone this year, and like, that game doesn't have like the most in-depth story, but like, you know, I'm kind of glad I played that, and then I'm playing this. Like, there's something appealing and simple about the NES RPGs. Obviously, the Pixel Remaster makes it better, but like, I don't know. I'm really digging this one. I do think if I played the original, there'd be a lot more friction that I'd be annoyed with. I do think that the Pixel Remaster does take away some of that friction, but even then, like, I don't know, there's something about it that's like, it's similar to the SNES ones, but it's a bit more bite-sized. And also, like, in general, I'm always a sucker for any game that, like, the general internet's like, this is the worst game ever. I'm like, well, I gotta at least try it. There's been a few times where, like, the worst game ever really was actually the worst game ever. But usually it's an exaggeration. Usually, like, just a few guys really hated something and complained about it nonstop. And then everyone decided that it actually was the worst thing ever. Why is my magic not as good as her magic? Well, I guess I didn't try using the turtle against her. Using her against the turtle. Does it not reach the top half? I mean, for me, it probably, like, okay. If I was to rank everything at this exact moment in time, okay, I think 9 would be the best, easily, okay. Then, yeah, choice arithmetically optimized for rage baiting is way worse game. I don't do that either. I don't pick things just to be contrarian either. 9 is my favorite. Then I would say it's either 5 or I honestly have kind of grown to like 6 more in years past playing it. I like 5's battle system a lot, but there's a lot of, even though I think 9 is better than 6, there is a lot to love about 6. But probably 9, 5, 6. Well, I played 5 games. I played 5 of the 10. So the 9, 5, 6. Well, this would be number 6, technically. I guess 9, 5, 6, probably 2. So far, I'm really liking 2. And then 4. I think the thing with 4, that was like my first playthrough of that, and it was fine. There was a few things that I think hampered it. One, the name system I did for that was just naming it after people in my stream, or people I knew. Which, while fine, I feel like the silly names has helped me enjoy these playthroughs more personally. It's a minor thing, but I do think it makes a difference. 2, the last dungeon fucking sucked. I remember that being just awful and really struggling against the final boss and going way over time. Hello. And 3, I think because it was the first one, it was like setting my expectations for everything. And like this one, like you could say, oh, well, 4 is basically better too. But like I'm going, the one thing with 4 is like I was expecting it to just be decent, and it was decent. 2, I'm expecting people to be like, because of people saying it's awful, I'm like, I'm expecting it to be worse. So when it's not awful, and seeing where it influenced later games, it's pretty interesting in that respect. So I think I would do 2 and then 4 and then 10. And I'm not saying 10 is bad, but 10 is my least favorite for sure of the ones I've played. Obviously, I have like a whole bunch, almost half the series I haven't played yet. And I think 10's battle system is really good and it has some really good characters, but the parts of 10 I didn't like, I really didn't like. 10 might be my 3. No, 3 is my 3. I know I'm not gonna like 3. Like, I know I won't like 3. 3 is also my 3, because I didn't like the remake of 3 on the DS. We'll see how long this takes. I can go for like 10 minutes here. Maybe, but it's not on my high list, Sturm. And then for the side games, World of Final Fantasy was fine. Theatrhythm is definitely better. I guess those are the only side games I played of Final Fantasy. Go away! Don't come any closer! I'm gonna tell my mom! Can we change? Oh, we can change up the characters too. I've just been using him. He's been fine. That's not how that works. 14 here. Okay. I hope my son hasn't caused you any trouble. If he has, I do apologize. My husband was a dragoon. The Imperial soldiers killed him along with the rest. My son and I are the only two left. In the room behind us is the last surviving wyvern. It seems to be trying to tell us something, but I cannot speak its tongue. If we only had one of the pendants, we would be able to understand it. The Cavern of the Wyverns lies north of this castle. That cavern holds one of the pendants that allows one to speak the wyvern's language. The dragoons fought valiantly, but the Empire knows no honor. They poisoned the wyvern. This game, Final Fantasy loves poisoning the water hole. The wyverns withered in agony until at last their breath. With their wyverns dead, the dragoons were picked off one by one by the Empire. I think what? Doesn't 5 have poisoning water of dragons? 6 has poisoning water. There's so much poisoning of water. And by so much, I mean 3. Dragons fought Valley, but the Empire knows no honor. Did I not ask about... What's the big idea? You're not the bad guys? I thought the Empire sent their soldiers after us again. When I grow up, I want to be a dragoon, just like my dad was. The wyvern's right in there. It's sound asleep right now. My mom says it's gonna die soon, but that's not true, is it? Okay, well, so there's no backseating here in this chat. RPG Addict. Like, I don't need tips or hints here. I'm playing this the way I want to play, so... Stun Tome, Stop Tome, Curse Tome. Stop spell, curse. Unicorn horn. What does that do? Okay, that makes sense. Is there anything this type? What was this way? Sage's Wisdom. Golden Needle. What's Sage's Wisdom? A stone that maximizes intellect. What is that? What does that mean? Mallet, winged sword, Saint Spear. That's true. Maximize the spirit, but I can't, like, can I equip it? I don't think so. Can I teach it as magic? No. I mean, having the sleep sword is good, but winged sword is probably better. But I'll keep the sleep sword, obviously. I'd rather winged. I went down here, right? No, I did not. Things down. Okay, that should be... Yar. Alright, so we need to go get the pendant. What do we think? Probably stop here and save the pendant for next time, I imagine. I'll probably get up there, but... I finally screen capped a bit of battle. Because that way if I do it then, I don't have to like go back through my VODs or open the game up and take screenshots later. So one nice thing about Switch is it makes, like, if you want to put images for your blogs, it's very easy. I need to do some writing for blogs because I got to write about Mina. I've been doing good about keeping up on that this year. I got to write about Mina and I got to write about no. I was gonna go back outside. I got to write about Only Yesterday, or not Only Yesterday. What the fuck did we watch? Whisper of the Heart. I've been writing for my blog. Me when I'm Shrek. Alright, well hopefully I feel like I made some good progress. We blew up the Dreadnought. And we're going to meet the Dragoons. I don't know if that's like halfway, but I have 2 more sessions scheduled. If I need to do 5, I can. But I assume this is about a 20-hour game. I'm about 9.5 hours in, so yeah, I've been enjoying this. This has been a chill playthrough. I look forward to playing more of this next week, next Saturday at 7:30, and then pretty much the next Saturday after will also be more of this as well. We got Calabria and the Souls of Limbo in July. We got Rune Factory 3 starting in July, and we have probably a playthrough of Mermaid's Mask, which that one, I'm going to do that. I totally get people aren't going to be here for that if they're interested in playing the game, but I highly recommend you either watch my playthrough of Tangle Tower or play that game, and if it seems like a game that you're into, then like it's got kind of latent mystery vibes to it. Then you would either buy the game or watch me stream it, like if you just only want to experience me through streaming it. Oh, you know what also I wanted to mention, I keep forgetting about, Hiding Spot, that made, I did a playthrough of this, the Beacon Pines, which I really like that game. That was a fun story playthrough that was one session. They're making a game that's like it's a horror rhythm game. Which is very interesting. I don't think it's my vibe, but I do appreciate them being very experimental, and Beacon Pines was really good. So that was something that was like shown off that I think is worth talking about. That seems like something you'd be into. Spooky rhythm games. Look it up. Look up Hiding Spot and look up their new game. So, but yeah. So that's the general idea. If you're subscribed, of course, you can. If you're in our Discord server, you can vote for which Sonic game you want to see me play. Currently, it's tied between Sonic Adventure and Sonic Rush Adventure, and that will go until the end of the month. So, thank you guys for watching. I don't think anyone is streaming, but we will take a look just in case. One day I will raid someone again. One day someone will be streaming at 2 in the morning, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, someone that I want to raid at least." Nope. All right. I will see you guys next week. Later.